Good, is this right? Good evening, everyone. It's Monday night, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're watching Co-op for Two. You're joining me for session 9 of our playthrough of Etherfields, a campaign game, surrealistic, set in a dreamlike world. Some mystery, some combat, and a lot of exploration, which is our favorite thing here. Let me check in with the chat, see how everyone is doing. Now, this is our little hardcore group. It's mainly Jonathan and me, but we're getting some occasional guest visitors for the first couple hours of each session. Lauren Budabelli is here. Sometimes Isara comes in, and then we've got our friend Ghost Drive from the Philippines, who's played through Etherfields, loved it, and has been joining us periodically for these playthroughs. And if he doesn't join live, he comes in the Discord afterwards and we talk about it. And it's been a real pleasure to be able to share the experience and talk about it with him. Really, one of the joys of this channel is being able to talk about these games with folks and read comments and so on. Ghost Drive has been very helpful in pointing out, helping us spot things, not giving any spoilers, but pointing out things where we might go wrong. It's easy to make small mistakes in these games. Etherfields in particular, because it's such a big, long campaign, and because there are some parts that feel a little grindy, we've taken more liberties than we might normally take. Before we do our recap of what happened in our last session and look at some new stuff we've gotten, I do want to draw your attention to a specific rule that hasn't impacted our previous games, but could very well have, that Ghost Drive was pointing out. There is a rule. It's a very odd rule. Let me see if I can find it here for you. It has to do with how entities work. And it's not explained the best here. Basically, when we run an entity card, an entity can send multiple figures out on the board after us. In our last dream, we had 4 snakes at all times coming after us, basically. And the entity figures max out at 4 for the most part, or 4 of any one kind. The game basic rule says you should move them all separately. They all roll their own die and move. And then there's a trigger on an entity card that tells how they, let's see, maybe it's better if I go this way. It tells how they act and what their 3 different effects do. And you can see on the sample one, it says blue is no effect. The normal yellow says each dreamer in range 1 suffers 1. Each dreamer in range 2 seals 2 cards. And sometimes it has an attack or whatever. Now, this is kind of important because there's a little rule here. And the rule basically says that the figures are representations of the entities. So, for example, if our card was for a snake and there were 4 snakes, we're told that the figures are representations of this snake entity. They're like multiple, they shouldn't be thought of as purely 4 different snakes. And why that's important is because we're told that they sort of act as one thing. And if you look at the FAQ, and there's a post on Board Game Geek, you'll see why this is so important. And let's just look at it here. An entity is to be is considered to be every entity token miniature with a specific name. If you're in the range of multiple tokens of the same entity, you are affected by it only once, unless it says they scale based on number. That could be phrased a little bit better. It's clear in this example, though, for example, where it says each dreamer in range 1 suffers 1, seals 2 cards. So if there were 4 snakes around you, this wouldn't trigger once for each snake, which I think is how I was playing it last time, which is much harder, although it didn't really happen to us. But for sure, this, we would only, it says each dreamer in range 1 suffers 1. So for sure, even if there were 4 snakes around you, that would only happen once. It's still dangerous to have 4 because it makes it more likely that they catch you and you can't kill it. If you killed 1, the other 2 would all trigger. I have to see in particular when we get new cards, the wording of it. But let's keep that in mind. That's very important and makes the game easier for a solo player. Even if there are 4 of them focused on you, only 1 would trigger. All right, a little bit of otherwise catching up. In our last scenario, we were in the mud, in the swamp, and we worked very hard. It took us like 4 hours to play that scenario, and in the end we had a choice to make whether to help them fix up the place or blow the place up. And we were chased by these snakes for so long, we were so ready to be done with it, that we did choose to blow up that place. We didn't get a return to this dream card the way you normally, the way we often have been. So we think we've destroyed that little dream world. But we are aware that that pig was not confirmed dead. So this big boss pig may be coming back for us. We did get an item from that, which is this mud. I see a frog here. It feels like he's out of place. We should keep our eye open. This item doesn't look that good. It says discard this card to end the degenerate's shapeless slumber instead of resolving it. So we might want to just carry around this item until we get that slumber, or return this to the item market and gain an ether. Each dreamer gets an ether. So if you're playing 4 players, that would be 4 ether, but for us, it would be just 1. All right, there's that. Continuing with our items, just to get on the same page, we also have a train ticket in our possession, which lets us travel by train without having to travel to resolve a train dream. And we have spring perfumes. During a contact, we throw this away for a 6 contact. Now, at the end of our last slumber, we got something very cool. We unlocked, and we sort of knew that's what we were going for. We unlocked something called deliverance. Now, what is deliverance? Deliverance is a way to bypass slumbers in a very unusual way. And we've seen, maybe if I go get out an entity we've gotten rid of. Do we have any of those? Maybe we don't. So anyway, what it says is when you're in a dream or a slumber, if the entity that you're up against has this keyword deliverance in the corner, which many of them have, instead of resolving the slumber as normal and having this fight, you can try to trigger this very special thing, this very special kind of storyline as a way to resolve the slumber and resolve it, it seems like permanently, like not a one-time thing. Normally when you resolve a slumber, they just cycle back in. And this seems like a way to tie up a loose end and take care of that forever. So look what it says. If you succeed in performing the deliverance card, then you read the special script tied to that entity. And if you look at the deliverance cards, what they are is a set of 5 unique cards. So we can only do this 5 times. Presumably, I think these go away. But I could be wrong. Let me just make sure they go away. You can use this deliverance only when they say, okay, so they're all slightly different ways to have deliverance. Here's one, for example. They're not easy to pull off. This one is called Lose Yourselves in Endless Rage. That's it. I'll kill you, crush you, and rip off your limbs. There is no place for mercy. Let the rage take over. So this is a way to like wrap up. If you're having some slumber with some creature, you're like, okay, I never want to see this again. I'm going to resolve this deliverance this way. And I think that gets rid of it. I'm guessing it gets rid of this card too, but I'm not sure about that. But so here's one that you could have a deliverance by generating a huge amount of assault. That's a very high number. But here's one where you can get rid of it by sealing 3 cards. Now, I think this one is a key, though, to something. When I initially looked at these deliverance, I thought, oh, okay, you generate this 20, and then it's over. You resolve the deliverance script, which is basically going to tell you it's over. But now that I look at some of these other deliverance cards, it seems to me that it's not going to be over right away. Because look what this one says to do. Seal 3 cards, add 2 morphings. That makes the enemy much more dangerous. And then you read the script. So I wonder if the deliverance isn't going to still have a little challenge to it. Or a choice to fight it or make friends with it. Let's just look at these others. These all may be one-time use. Here's an assault of 10, but he gets 2 morphings. I mean, morphings are deadly. So obviously, if we're giving it 2 more morphings, it's not just going to walk away. And here is try to understand each other. Why are you doing this? Have you ever thought about it? Most of these require that you not have assaulted it yet. And then here is a contact 10 or discard 2 keys, and then you read this thing. Here's open yourself. Look, I'm laying down my weapon. I trust you won't hurt me either. Contact 6 and an ether. Add 2 morphings. So it's this adding 2 morphings that scares me. It's almost like you're making the enemy much more powerful, but maybe you can make friends with it? Do we have to worry about guessing whether a particular entity is going to be amenable to deliverance? I'm not sure. I have to say, one of the things that I'm feeling a little like this game has got its hooks in me. And I think one of the reasons it has is I can't remember a campaign game that is so non-linear and so committed to opening up new mechanics. Like, this is just crazy that we're 8 sessions in and we've discovered this deliverance thing, which is so weird. There's also this that we should be looking out for. We're looking for these 8 symbols. We know where one of the birds is, but I don't think we recognize the others. Although, did we say we think one of these might be in that dark ladder room? Like this thing? I'm not sure. But okay, only once per dream we can do one of these. And I will remind you, we are also trying to keep our eyes open for these symbol tokens. If we see them anywhere. Ghost Drive is trying to help us spot these two, but we'll take as much help from anyone as we can get. I've got the... There's the frog. There's the frog. I knew that frog looked suspicious. I just found the frog. One thing that makes these a little easier to spot is they are fully life-size. So in other words, you know, you don't have to look for them at a different size. You know they're the exact size of the materials. I can't believe I just found the frog. All right, some of these are generic. Some of these are for our specific person. This one is a generic one. So let's start this session by reading this. All right, so that makes this card more interesting because at first it doesn't look all that great. This was the mud that we blew up, 1086. Okay. Let's see if we can get this to work. I feel like my keyboard has stopped working properly. One. The moment we notice the frog perched next to us, the little critter jumps at us. Choose one. We jump back, seal a card to block all steps on the current turn card, or catch it and gain an ether. So we could have done this the moment we got this card, and then he would have helped us in the swamp, in the mud. But for now, we don't even have a turn card. We don't want to block the steps, so we're just going to get an ether, even though that seems more useful anyway. 3 ether, yeah, 3 ether would be nice. No, but that's an ether. Now we've got 6 ether. We're actually, let's take a look at where we are. We've got 4 blue gems, which are super useful to us. We've got 6 ether, but we've got 5 distress out of 8, and then we die. So let's try not to die. Okay, there's our deliverance. We've got plenty of time on the clock. We still have the mud. A reminder that we've got +2 progress cards. Normally you can only have 4. This allows us to have 6 total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Most of them are built up. The mechanical shotgun and the steam bomb require you to have charges on them. That's something I rarely do, but I think we probably are going to have to start getting used to doing this. Basically, every time we reshuffle, we can throw away 3 cards to the discard to place a charge on the shotgun or steam bomb to make them more powerful. And I think we should start planning to do that. We also have analysis, which increases our hand size by 1. And the mask we've been playing with this whole game is +2 hand size. So basically we have 3 + 6, a 9 card hand size, which is huge and gives us tons of flexibility, which seems like it matches our character pretty well. So I do like that, but I wonder whether we shouldn't try our other mask at some point. The other mask we have is the Ghost Mask. And the Ghost Mask says basically, once per turn, we can move through a wall with a gem. That's pretty much, that's not that great an ability. It's very rare, although it might let you break a scenario, but it's very rare for us. But much more interesting is, once per dreamscape, ignore a distress. I mean, that would be huge in terms of being able to walk around and not worry about enemies so much. Because their first... What the... There's a little ant on me. I hope you guys know that it's your responsibility to tell me if there's like an ant crawling around. Like, don't let me sit on screen making a fool of myself, right? You know that. right? Like if there was a bug crawling up or something. I am not a fan of bugs, but you know what I mean, right? Like if I had a booger or something, it might be embarrassing to tell me, but you got to stop me from being on stream for an hour. Like at least pull off the Band-Aid, right? We know that. Everyone knows that, right? Okay. Is there anything else to talk about before we look at the dreams available to us? Just trying to remind us. I have my little reminder that will... I mean, I live on the 4th floor purposely to avoid the bugs coming in. I do not like bugs. But, I mean, an ant is okay. But I have fears of cockroaches and stuff, so we're pretty strict in this house. But, okay, anyway. I have my little reminder of things try not to forget. I think I've covered them. There are 2 creatures. We have found 2 companions so far. A penguin and a flying cat. Now, the flying cat we've been using. This is something that they released with the Harpy campaign, and it's suggested for solo players, and it's been very useful to help us move around a little bit more. The penguin is this very cool mystery creature. There's a whole bunch of different penguin cards. We've only seen one of them. I think we need to start bringing out the penguin more just for fun to see what choices we have available. But let's remember those. Okay, and the Ghost Drive Genetics has visited us, and he was going to say, he's told me, he said a couple things when we talked in Discord. By the way, anyone is welcome into our Discord here. I don't know who I'm talking to. It's not like everyone here are on the Discord already. There's just a handful of us. But I've already discussed about the multiple entity figures, and if Genetics saw some other signs and symbols I missed. But also, he asked me if it was okay to give me a little hint of something. Not spoilery, but just a hint about something to keep in mind. And what Genetics said is to something very vague about a mystery, about a path, one step on a path or something in the right direction. And I do want to remind you that there is this weird reward on the loot cards when you finish a slumber, or on the replacement slumber card. Let me find it. I can show you what I'm talking about here. And he didn't say this was exactly what he's talking about, but I'm thinking that maybe it is. So instead of doing the normal loot reward, you could do the continuous dream mode, remember? But I want to draw your attention to what you can take as your reward. You can gain a key, or you can do this mystery path, which sends us in one direct, like, is a multi-stage thing. And I think we may want to start thinking about doing that mystery path. We also, don't forget, have our own secret agenda, our own progress. This one wants us to have 4 green progress cards. We don't even own 4 green progress cards, let alone have built them. We've got a whole bunch of yellow ones, but eventually we would like to do that. Okay. And so Genetics did not spot the frog that I did, but he said 1 is on an influence card you discarded. All right, we lost that one. But the other one is on the shop quirk card, which we got but didn't get to use, but we'll keep our eye open for it if it comes up again. All right, if there's nothing else, Let's return ourselves to the dream world and decide what to do on our next mission. What is the best screen for this? Maybe this one. All right. I made the light a little brighter. I don't know if it's too bright. All right, so here's our dream world. The way we've been remembering where we are is putting a little sticker. So I'm going to take off this little sticker here and drop us on the dream world map. Remember, we have no keys. However, we have a whole bunch of ether to go shopping. And we have to decide what dream we're going to head for next. So we have so many dreams. We do need to heal up a little bit, but perhaps we have a whole bunch of cards sealed. In fact, that's a dangerous number of cards sealed. It makes our deck much smaller. So I would really love to unseal all those cards. So I'm not sure how, let me put this here. I'm not sure what we should do, but maybe we'll figure out what dream we want to go to. Maybe we'll get lucky that there's a dream that's going to let us refresh our hand. Let's take a look at the dreams available to us. Cure 3 or unseal top 3. Wait, who lives in my house? That's a Suburbia 2-key dream. 6 turns. City that never sleeps. This is a 3-key dream. Cure 2 or unseal 2. Wow, this looks like a big complicated dream. How weird. A strange incident in the secret laboratory. Cure 2 or unseal 2. Higher and higher. Cure 2 or unseal 2. Maybe we'll... I guess we should pay attention to these hints, because sometimes they tell you what's going to happen. When you're finally done with your business, there will be more important things to do again and again. This is my home. Something's off. Hint. In this dream, you may gain a very helpful quirk card. Okay, that might be worth doing to get that. Another 3 keys. I hoped I would never have to go back here. That doesn't sound too good. Cure 3, though. I like the sound of that. Call of the Old Mansion. That sounds kind of fun. And then we've got some return dreams. Only 1 key. 1 key. All the returns are just 1 keys, huh? Cure 3. Return to the endless basement. That was a weird one. Return to the sunshine days. This is for the end game. All right. Do we have any preferences here? Did you see the wait who lives in my house? I think it mentioned cockroaches. Is it fate since Jesse just mentioned his fear of them? Who lives in my house? It's my home. I think the door is different. I know every corner of this room, something is off. In this dream, you gain a very helpful quirk card. It's got cockroaches. Where is this? In Suburbia. All right, let's do it. So we're choosing to do this dream here. Who lives in my house? It will let us cure 3 distress, which is very good. It's in Suburbia. All right, let's take a look at our map. Plan a way to get 2 keys and end up there in Suburbia. So we're starting out currently in profundum. We might want to try taking a train ride too. I'll tell you why we might want to strongly consider a train, even though Suburbia is right next door. We don't really need a train, but we're gonna have to start dropping these cards because we might get items that are useful to us. However, we have lots of ether to go shopping, so we should probably plan to go shopping. All right, we need 2 keys. Let's see, how are we going to get those keys? And I really wish we could unseal more cards. That is really, like, our deck has become small because of that. Hey, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That's just deadly. But we don't have a good way to unseal cards. What does the Sanctuary do? Unseal a chosen card. If we have to take a train, we could consider doing the mission in Horizon. Let's see. Restore an item, unseal 2 cards. I mean, Horizon isn't that great. Although it would let us unseal 2 cards. Relocate to Awakening, which is in Suburbia. But the point is, maybe we should only take the train. The only way to get to Horizon is by train. So maybe we should save that when we're ready to do that dream. Where was the dream in Horizon? Homecoming. Let's just take a look at this one for a second. This seems similar to one is Who's in My Home and the other one is Homecoming. Oh, that's the 6 silver keys. We can't do that. Is there anything else in Horizon? Here. Strange incident in the laboratory. That's a good one too. That's a good one too. Well, do you have a preference? Do you want to take the train and do this secret laboratory instead, Jonathan? And at least get... The benefit of doing that is just to get rid of this card so you don't have to drop it. Guess I don't have a strong preference. I would like to unlock some of those sealed cards, though. Sanctuary lets you unseal a card, too? Yeah, okay. I do want to go shopping as well. So... let's just see here. We need 2 keys either way. Restore an item. That's a unseal 2 cards. Gain 2 hours. So if we want to do the Horizon ones, we're going to need 2 keys before we get here. And I do want to go shopping. What if we take a shortcut up here, come down here, go shopping, come down here, get a key, have a slumber. That's our second key. Shopping. And we can always get a spare key. We're at this gate, so we could get a key right now. And we could get an extra key by skipping the slumber even as well. But I do want to go shopping. So I think it makes sense to come up here via the shortcut. Shortcut requires you to steal cards, is that right? And maybe we don't want to do that. I wish that was printed somewhere. Here's our suburbia. Why do I keep thinking we have to cycle? Can we just not sit on a place? With the version 2, or at a dream 1, we can either gain a key and have a slumber. We could just sit in one place and do that, right? You could sit on one dream gate and just have multiple slumbers. Where else is there to go shopping? There's one here. There's one here. All right, I think we should do the laboratory. I think we should do the laboratory, which is in Horizon, but we could sit on that gate and have a slumber and get a key and then go in there. So the only question is shopping first, which I think we should do. I think we should go shopping. Go here, unseal a card, come up here, draw 2 cards. Now I really want this shopping card. We do have shopping cards, right? Why do I not see us having shopping cards? We should have shopping carts at the end of every dream, right? Let me just make sure. Game 3 shopping cards, 234L. Yeah, so we get shopping cards after every dream. So I think I just forgot to grab them, or I didn't put them in the right place. Shopping carts. Okay. Jonathan says, I think the best path is probably to go shopping in Metropolis and then go to the train station. Shopping in Metropolis. Okay, so you can't quite be meaning that because there is no shopping place in Metropolis. There is one up here near Metropolis, though, and there is one near where we are. Here, 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 here. Okay, let's do that. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to make a path that's going to take us through 2 sanctuaries where we're going to try to unseal some cards. And then we're going to come up here shopping. And then we're going to come down here and get on this train. That's a lot of fate cards we're going to be walking through. But we'll go shopping up here, we'll do some fate, and we'll go to this train yard and then go in here. And in the process, we're going to try to unseal some cards at some sanctuaries. Here's one. Then we're going to hit another one here. And then we're going to hit it on our way to our shopping here. And we'll pick up some keys at some gates on the way. All right, let's do it. Let's not overthink it. All right, so our first action, we could jump ahead, but we're not. We're going to go into the fate. We're going to be drawing a lot of fate today, so we'll see how that works for us. Okay, our first action, we go here, we draw a fate card, which is Little Shop on the Corner. Return one of their influence cards from hand or discard to gain a number of ether equal to its cost. And then this is a one-time thing. So either from our hand or our discard. All right, well, we have nothing in hand, and we've only got a few cards in our discard. So the question is, do we want to trade any of these away for ether? So we've got this progress card. Whenever you resolve a loot, you can gain 2 gems instead, and it's a progress that needs to be built. And it's worth 2. I might be inclined to sell this one. Did we accidentally not discard it? Remember that we wouldn't, if we... I think maybe I got it out. Maybe we didn't use it, and I put it on the back, but read it. It was here. The only question is, was I wrong about what was front, what was back? Remember, this wouldn't get thrown away if we didn't use it, and I think maybe we didn't use it. We didn't encounter it, but did we not use it? And then the question is, should it be on the top or front? Let me just see if there's another one of it. It's the only one there is, so maybe this is the back of the deck. I really wonder if I should be shuffling this more. All right, I'll draw a different one from the other side. Let's see what this is. Draw and place 1 Dreamscape Slumber tile. If there's a free quirk, put this card there. This makes dreams much worse. Did we encounter this already? This is deadly when we have a slumber. Yeah, the fate deck is tiny. Question is, have we seen this yet? Okay, well, let's draw another slumber tile. So remember how awkward this is. We take the 2 starting ones, and those get set aside. And then these get shuffled sometime. I'm not sure if we get shuffled, but okay, we're going to draw one here. If it's got space for a quirk, we have to add that quirk to it. Okay, that's very unfortunate for us. It does have a quirk spot. So this horrible quirk, Jonathan has burdened us with, instead of this nice fun fate card that I drew. All right, it's okay. We're going to be, I'm going to put this on the bottom. I'm going to shuffle these fates up. Kind of very unclear. Well, maybe it's not unclear, but I don't remember what the rule is when we're supposed to shuffle these. I'm just shuffling them now. We did encounter the Strange Hood last game. Well, maybe I had it right to begin with. All right, we'll just tell you what we're going to do. It's too hard to keep track of when we're supposed to be doing all this. What we'll do is we're going to start afresh. I'm shuffling the Fate deck, and we're going to start afresh. Here is our real Fate for today. Draw and place one Dreamscape Slumber. If there's a quirk, put it there. And it's darkness. All right, so we're going to do this again. We're going to draw a random Slumber card. See if it triggers. Okay, it does have a quirk. We'll deal with this when we get our next Slumber. So this card comes out on it. Okay, fine. Keep the Fate deck nearby since we're going to need it. All right, our next move is further down, more Fate. Okay, here's our next Fate card. It's a passage. If each dreamer seals a card, relocate the team to the chosen location of this Dream World map tile, or you may reshuffle the Fate deck. Here's this rule about these decks never get shuffled. Which I have just shuffled because we got confused. Let me see if I can read when you're really supposed to shuffle these decks. Draw a Fate from the top, resolve it. Otherwise, the Fate card is discarded to the bottom of the deck. That's what we've been doing, but we got confused. Okay, do we want to relocate on this tile? No. So we're going to reshuffle the Fate deck. We'll just consider it reshuffled, since we shuffled it before. Okay, next thing we do, we move down here, and we get ourselves into the Sanctuary. The Sanctuary lets us unflip a progress card or unseal a chosen card. Jonathan said we did sell a card. Okay, I'm going to assume that there's two of them. All right, so we do have a progress card we could flip if we wanted to. We could flip Tactics. However, our character has a special ability to flip progress cards for cheap. So I don't think we should use the Sanctuary ability to unflip a progress card unless we have need of it right now. So instead, I think we should unseal a chosen card from our deck here. I'm just going to look at see if any of these are particularly useful. Smarty is the one that lets us discard morphing. That's pretty good. Ghost from the Past gives us 2 attack. I like that. I think we're more likely to need Wrath cards, red cards. So I'm going to unseal that one and put it in our discard. That's what we're doing at the Sanctuary. I'm putting the rest of these back in our discard from before. Okay, that's what we did at the Sanctuary. Now we are moving along and drawing another Fate. We've got Vanishing Point. Seal 2 cards. Are we set up to do 2 options during the Delta phase? If so, do we want to consider hitting the Delta regulator button? We are not set up for doing both deltas. Otherwise, we would. Yes, let's wait till we get that card out and then do it. Thank you for reminding me. But we don't have that card yet. Okay, search the Slumber deck for the delta phase. So this makes the delta phase further away if we don't seal 2 cards. This is a negative thing. Our delta phase is 3 up from the bottom, so this would hurt us. So I guess we're sealing 2 cards. That sucks. I gotta say, this part of the game really does nothing for me. It's really slowing us down, and these negative things are just sort of death by 100 cuts. So I'm going to take from my deck 2 cards. As long as they're real cards, they get sealed. So this whole point of running around this world is to unseal cards at sanctuaries, and now one of the fates told us to seal 2 new cards. I gotta say, the logic of this escapes me. If these fates are so negative, traveling around here is so punishing, shouldn't we just sit on a gate and just... I just don't get it. But all right, let's not worry about it. We'll just spend our hour traveling around here. So I'm going to walk over here. We need a key, so we're going to take a key. The one of 2 we need, and now we have to have a slumber. And remember, we're going to have a slumber in this... Well, I'm just going to grab the slumber because we may not actually encounter someone. But if we do, remember that we've got a quirk card. So let's see what our slumber is. Okay, it's the Wraith, the one that we got in the first place. So we are not going to fight the Wraith again. We are not going to fight the Wraith again. But we are going to decide how to skip it, and we've got multiple ways. We could solve it with the Deliverance. So if we feel like using one of our Deliverances to see how that works, it's completely reasonable that we could try to pick... Let me move these things up out of the way. Oh, it's kind of... All right, so we're going to have a little discussion here. Now, we're supposed to have a slumber with the Wraith, but we have some options. I mean, we could try to fight the Wraith, which would let us get a victory. The only thing you have to do is contact the Wraith. No, sorry. Contact just shields light. Otherwise, we just have to assault it or use cunning on it or whatever to gain loot. We could take the normal way of skipping it to just resolve this thing that happens when you're caught, which is probably a bad thing. We're not sure what. Or we could try to do Deliverance, or we can skip it by using the continuous dream mode. If we do this one, we actually get an extra key or go down our secret path. The punishment is that... What is the punishment? We suffer a distress or seal 3 cards, both of which is pretty bad. So I suppose I don't really want to fight this guy, but let's see what our route would be. So it's only one turn battle. So if we were to defeat this wraith, we would gain an ether. Don't really want to keep fighting this guy though. Let's just remind ourselves, since it's been a while since we did a slumber. So this is this card here. Sorry, this is this card here. With this here. It's not one turn. I read that wrong. It's 4 turns. We have 4 turns here. So if we tried to fight this wraith, the first thing he would do is make us seal a card if we're in darkness. But we're not in darkness. We would be here. The wraith we could put here or here. Which is the wraith card? I don't know. Doesn't seem. All right, I'm not going to try to find it before we know we're even going to bother doing this. So we might be able to go get this wraith and get an ether as our reward. Or we could just take a distress or seal 3 cards to solve it this way. There's also a sign token that looks like a wet stone street to me. Does it match any of the art on the Darkness Fate? You're saying this might have a sign. Does it match any of these? Does it look like it matches this somewhere? Not really, right? That feels a little purplish. And remember, everything is to scale. So I don't think so. Maybe the closest would be this one. That looks like someone holding a knife. So yeah, I don't think so. Okay, that's all right. So I mean, it's tempting to try to go defeat this thing. Or should we try to deliverance it just for fun? I think maybe we should try to deliverance this wraith just for fun. However, this wraith is going to get morphing. What do you think? We haven't drawn up, so we aren't going to have that many cards. And it is going to get a morphing ability. However, we do have lots of gems we could use. If any dreamer places a white token, discard this card. So we can get rid of this pretty easily. I mean, Wraith is a reasonable time to do this. Morphing. Well, what do you think? Do you want to, we can try Deliverance. I was curious if any of the turn cards, loot, tell us to take the next step. For sure, some of the loot cards do tell you to take a mystery path. I guess I just would, it's very odd though, because, look, the penalty for doing this is to gain a distress, but the odds of gaining a distress during a normal slumber are pretty high. All right, let's try for story purposes to do this deliverance and try to do it without dying, without taking a wound. All right, so I guess I have to get the Wraith for real, which is this ridiculous step of figuring out what possible. I mean, is it my imagination, or is it just kind of silly what they've done with these figures? All right, I guess this is our Wraith. I guess. So Wraith comes out. We can choose where to put them. But I guess we're going to put them here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It's the same, all the same to us. All right, there's the Wraith. We're going to draw our hand of 4. And we're going to take our turn. What we'd like to do is one of these deliverances. Yeah. Okay, pocket ladder. That would let us go up and drop down right next to this guy. I mean, I don't want to seal cards. Okay, what's the cheapest deliverance? 6 deliverance and an ether. Yikes. Do we really want to be spending an ether just to have a deliverance? Open yourself. All right, it's not the worst thing in the world. 2, 4, 5. And we can generate with this and spend an ether. 2, 4, 5, 6. Okay, let's just go ahead and do this. So what we're going to do is we're going to walk with 3 yellow. 1, 2, 3. And then we're going to spend 4 green plus a blue gem is 6 green. And an ether. Our precious ether we're spending just to see what deliverance does. Now I'll note that we are in a darkness space. So if this doesn't end this mission right now, bad things are going to happen. It's a contact, so we can do it from one space away. All right, we're doing this just to see what this is like. I'm spending the ether. I'm spending the blue gem. I'm spending our 4 cards. We have nothing left in our hand. And we are triggering Deliverance using Open Yourself Up. Now, are we wasting it on a Wraith who's easy to defeat? I mean, we could have just killed this Wraith. I mean, we didn't have the Wrath to kill it right away, but we could have. We could have. 6 yellow. We didn't really have it, though. But yeah, we could have generated it. All right, that's okay. We want to see what Deliverance is. Better to learn it now. 586. Here we go. I don't think this is going to be over yet. So this could be a little dangerous for us. Which Deliverance card did you use? Aha, so it does matter what you used. Okay, we used Open Yourself Up. We've opened ourselves up to the Wraith. Okay. Have we ever thought that we can befriend someone who despises us? It probably won't happen, but don't worry, they think so lowly of us that they probably won't abuse the moment of our weakness. Victory, the slumber ends. So, all right. So, it sounds like, according to the rules, we don't lose this. However, we've spent an ether, our whole hand of cards, and we get nothing. And the Wraith stays in the slumber deck. So that's kind of a downer. The only thing that's sort of interesting is we've learned that we can use any of these. They don't go away. And maybe we should be thinking about which one we use against which creature. So not worth the cost. I'll tell you what I am going to do, though. I am going to do a little bit of cheating. It doesn't say we gain the loot of this card, but I am going to give us the loot of this victory card on our turn card. And this stays out with our slumber dream. Our turn cards go back. So, all right, we've learned a little bit about Deliverance, but it's been a little bit of a letdown how Deliverance worked. Now we're supposed to remember that we were on this space. When we come back for another dream, we will start there. And we'll just put these aside. If we had just aborted this dream, we would have lost a distress, but gained a key or moved along our progress. All right, well, that's a lesson for us for next time. Back to the world, the dream world. We gained a key here and we had a slumber. Now we are headed for shopping. How are we going to go to our shopping? Our plan was to go up here. We could either take a shortcut. Let me remember what a shortcut does. Why it's not on this card is completely beyond me. It's insane that it's not on that card. It's changed from version 1 to version 2, so it's bewildering that they haven't put that on this card. When resolving a shortcut, each dreamer seals a card. Yeah, I don't know why they couldn't put it on this card. That's just ridiculous that it's not on this card. All right, so we could head straight up on this shortcut to this gate, get our second key, go shopping, and then head for the train station, which is a lot of fate cards away, lots of bad stuff. Alternatively, instead of taking the shortcut, what would we do? I don't see any other. We could go this way, through a sanctuary, through a gate, through shopping. I guess that's what we'll do. We're just going to eat through that fate deck. Which to me is one of the more annoying parts of this game. But at least the what is this, a sanctuary? Boy, does it look like a sanctuary. It's not, but this is. Unseal one card. This just it's so I really find this mechanic, it's just like pure annoyance. It's like, okay, hey, why don't you come here? You'll be able to unseal a card. We have to go through 2 fates, which are probably going to cost us cards. Make us seal cards. So the more likely thing is that it's going to be half a dozen of one, half a dozen of the other. Why not just go straight up there and seal a card? I just don't understand how to get on the wavelength of these designers. I'm just gonna do it. It's almost like punishment. So we're gonna walk up through this way rather than shortcut. So I'm gonna walk here, which grabs us a fate card. Draw and place 1 Dreamscape Slumber tile. If there's a quirk, put it here. Okay, so we gain more slumber map tiles to make the slumber bigger. We're gonna have to go into this slumber soon. Okay, it doesn't have a place for a quirk. So this just gets added to our slumber map to make the slumber bigger and harder to deal with. And this just goes away to the bottom of the fate deck. Now we move here, we do it again. Little shop on the corner. Return 1 of their chosen influence cards to gain its cost. Okay, so this is the last one we have. Let's decide this again. So I don't want to get rid of that. I don't want to get rid of that. I don't really want to get rid of that. It's only worth 1 anyway. No, no. This one was very useful to us, but I feel like this one is not that useful to us. It is a progress card, but it feels like we've got our own way to get these. It's nice, but do we really want to hold on to this for the whole time? I don't think so. So I think we should sell this one for 2 ether. We're about to go shopping. Better to have the ether to buy something better. We also want green progress cards. So I think we sell this one. What do you think? Let's sell flow, says Jonathan. Okay, so we're not, this is gone out of the game. We're going to sell our flow card. Shop on the corner goes out of the game. Our flow card gets sold back into the market of influence cards. And we gain 2 ether. Okay, I like that. I like how much ether we have. Next up is walking to the sanctuary. I think we probably want to unseal a card again. I mean, it's a lot of work just to unseal one card. What card do we want to unseal? Shining is a pretty good... Unseal a card of choice? Yes. I mean, Shining is pretty good. So is Hesitation. 3 of anything. I guess Hesitation is the one I want to unseal just because it's 3 of anything. It's very flexible. So we're going to unseal that with our sanctuary and we're going to move on. Next stop is another fate card. Need a lift. Put this on the dream world map. Use a shortcut without suffering its cost. That's nice. Okay. Boy, this whole place is getting a little bit messy here. The wraith can go back away. All right, next stop is the Dream Gate, where we are going to take our second key. And now we have to have another slumber, which we may have to fight or skip. Let's see what our slumber is. It's the Dreadful Locker. I don't believe we've encountered this yet, have we? Uh-oh, says Lauren. Okay, so I don't think we've encountered this. Let's just see what we've got. Tell me if I'm wrong. We have met a locker, so maybe we have done this. Have we done this before, Jonathan? Maybe we have. Okay, take equal number. I don't remember where we got this, but I do know one thing. We've got a lot of slumber tiles, so this is going to be hard for us. Take a number of this equal to the slumber dreamscape tiles, put them on there. So we assault it to get rid of 1. We can do that multiple times. When there are no more, we gain victory, which gets us a key. When he morphs, he gets an extra purple one. The basic ability, if he's in range 2, he seals 2 cards, which is terrible. And if it's red, if we're in range 1, we spend a gem or seal 4 cards. Now, if we just choose to skip this, or out of turns, we lose items. We're going to lose all our items. Or we could try to deliverance this guy. Let's just see. The real punishment here, though, is normally, remember, there's 2 tiles, but because we've been walking around here, there's actually 4 out, including this one that punishes us if we're in darkness. So we're gonna have to do this 4 times, although remember, you could do that all in one shot. We do 12 assaults, we do it. We definitely don't want to use our train ticket. I think maybe we have fought this guy before. So if that's true, I think maybe we should do the continuous dream to skip having to fight this guy. So let's do that. We've already dealt with 1. So instead of fighting this guy, we're supposed to take one turn card face up. And then we're going to seal 3 cards or take a distress in order to do this. And maybe we'll go along our secret path. All right, so I'm going to put this slumber at the bottom. We're going to skip it. We're going to do a continuous dream so that we can actually play this game tonight. Now, do we want to seal a card or take a distress? I'm going to have us take a distress because we're going to cure 2. I mean, this is crazy that we have 6 distress at this point, but I'm giving us 6 distress. Now, I'm taking a distress instead of sealing 3 cards. Now, what do you want as our reward? I don't think we need a key. We've got the 2 keys we need. Shall we go on this mystery path? I guess we should go on this mystery path. 234M with the lowest number. All right, we're going to do this. Then I think, well, I'll tell you what we'll do. Why don't we take a break now after an hour and 20 minutes of walking around here. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll take our mystery path. Then it looks like it's almost time to go shopping. Then we have to walk to the train. Then we have to get on the train in order to get to our dream. Okay, 8 minutes. All right, I think maybe I just need some coffee here. There's a discussion going on in the chat between Genetics, otherwise known as Ghost Drive, who says, let's press the Delta button, and a discussion about understanding the deliverance, there is an try to understand each other deliverance. It's a hugely expensive. The discussion about pressing the Delta button that would let us recover our health and stuff, there is a reason we're not pressing it. We're not pressing it because we've discussed we have this great progress card that lets us trigger two choices in the Delta phase. And we want to get that, and as soon as we get that, we'll press the button. So we just have to survive long enough. But we've got 6 distress, so we're in pretty bad health. But we're hoping that we'll go in the next dream, we'll heal 2, and we'll be set going forward. So let's continue with our plan. We're going to move up here. We're headed towards shopping. We're drawing a new fate card. Draw and place a dreamscape slumber card. Oh, this is our fun shopping. Rob the store. So we draw a new dreamscape tile, which has made our dreamscape now very big. If there's a quirk, we get to put it out. Okay, so there's no quirk. So once again, we have missed our opportunity to bring out this cool shop. Does that match any of our symbol cards? I don't think so, except possibly this one. Hey. Yes, we both saw it. Okay, good. All right, so, but do you think we get to do this even though this doesn't come out? Let's try it. Let's try it. Oh, it's one of our specific things. We need all the help we can get. So let's see if we can trigger it. 1024. There is no secret here. Did you enter the correct number? Oh, 1924. I must have done the wrong thing. 1024. The city I used to live in was changing every year. New generations appeared, cars took on more and more new shapes, some buildings fell apart to make room for others. Few of the places lasted, like the old corner shop. It was there when I was a child. It was still there when I was old. I liked to look there. You never knew what you'd find in one of the shelves full of different junk each time. It was like an unarranged museum. You could search it from morning to night all your life, and every day you'd find new wonders worth living for. Gain an ether. Okay, so we've got another symbol taken care of, which gained us an ether. We have a lot of ether now. Almost at our max. I can't wait to go shopping. So I drew a new slumber tile. This wasn't a quirk, so this doesn't go out, so we can't rob the shop. That's unfortunate. Now, thank you. Good spotting, both of us. Okay, John says, I think we don't want to hit the Delta phase button in a dream. I suspect it will end the dream if it actually puts us in Delta phase, or we could try to house rule it. That's why you might want to try to cycle the progress card out during slumbers. Interesting idea. That's a very interesting idea. That's an incentive to try to have a slumber just to cycle that card out. That's an intriguing idea. All right, well, it's time for us to go shopping. So here we are, we landed on a shopping space, and we're going to go shopping. And we have a total of 4, 5, 6, 7, we have 9 ether. We've never had so much ether. Look at all this ether we have to go shopping. All right, let's put this out of the way. Don't need this card. Let's get all our ether ready. Now, before we spend all this ether, we need to have a little reminder that ether and keys can also be used for something very important. We can remove morphings with ether. That can make all the difference, because if we get a morphing that says we can't use our mask or we can't use gems, that can ruin an entire mission for us. So it's not a crazy idea to like hold on to at least one ether for emergency purposes. On the other hand, remember that everything is limited and there are only 2 more ether to get. So we don't want to try to hoard ether too much. All right, we're going to go shopping. And remember that we've got, where are our shopping cards? Remember, we can go shopping 3 times. Boy, it is hard to keep track of everything. Okay, we've got 3 shoppings we can do. Remember, we can also go shopping for items, but that just seems like the chances of getting more train tickets we don't know are pretty high. So I'd rather not go shopping for items. And we desperately need more influence cards in our deck. So we're going to go shopping for influence cards. Here we go. Here's our first shopping. We're going to do all 3 shoppings now, right? Because we are about to go in a dream and we will get new shopping cards left. Okay, 3. Let's see what we've got. I Run to Live, Nightmare Magnet, and House in Your Pocket. That seems so cool. All right, let's see what we got. I Run to Live. It's a green card. That's a green progress card. Discard X cards from your hand to move X spaces. Whew. Okay, so I mean, it's less than ideal for a whole bunch of reasons. It takes up a progress slot. It lets us move by throwing at a card. That's pretty rare that we'll want to do that. It's a green, which we don't really need more of. The one thing in its favor, though, is that it's a green progress, which is what we want to unlock our own private secret path. So it's tempting to get it just for that purpose. And it's not a crazy useless ability. It will let us have more flexibility in movement. All right, let's look at this guy, Nightmare Magnet. Choose 1 space in range 2. Move any number of entities in range 2 to that space. Then you can paralyze 1 entity in this space. So it's a yellow movement, not bad. You find an entity that's 2 away. You move it, and it stays 2 away. So you don't really move it much. But then you paralyze it. You might wonder, what does paralyze do? We've never seen paralyze. Paralyze means he can't move until the end of the turn. So it paralyzes them in space for just 1 turn. Boy, that is hard to make that work. You gotta hold on to that card. Paralyze it for 1 turn instead of moving 2 away. It seems like most of the time you're better off just moving 2 away. I don't love Nightmare Magnet. What's this card? House in Your Pocket. Only on the Dream World map. Resolve a sanctuary or shopping location before resolving the current location. So you can just do a sanctuary. Remember, you have to have this card in your hand while you're in the dream, like when you leave a dream, and keep it in your hand, and then when you start the next dream, or when you start back in the dream world, it's like a free sanctuary. A free sanctuary, which, remember, is worth either unsealing or unflipping or restoring. Let's see what the chat is thinking. If we had 9 cards, we do have 9 cards, we could run across the whole map. That's a good point. All right, so here's my suggestion then. If we all like this card and we want the green progress card, I think we take this card. And I think that's a reason not to take this card, because it's another 2 green, which we have too many of anyway. So I think if we all like this one, let's take this card and let's not buy either of these. Yeah, it does let you shop anywhere too, so we wouldn't have to go to a shopping, but normally we have to walk around anyway, and we have to have this card and keep it in our hand till the end of the dream. That's a little painful. Like, it means just clogging up your hand with this card, holding on to it. I just don't think it's worth it. So we're gonna buy this card for 2. And then we're going to go shopping for a second time. I like to get some Wrath cards. Okay. Wow, here's a 3 cost shopping card. Let's see what we've got here. Insidious Trap. It can only be used, it's a 2 yellow, so it's movement, and you can use it while you're assaulting. Gain 6 Wrath if you're performing an assault against an enemy standing in a blue gem space. That is so rare. That hardly seems worth it. But 2 yellow is a nice movement card. That's a pretty cool card, but boy, is that going to be rare. But I suppose you could try to just use it for movement most of the time, and then try to organize a place to use it. It's a spawn space. It's not a generic spawn space. No, oh, is it? Is it a normal spawn space for us? It's not a gem space, it's a spawn space. Huh. That makes it a little more useful. At least on every map there's one of them. It's a character spawn space, yeah. Alright, well, it's only 1, only costs 1, and it is a 2 movement yellow, so it's not a terrible card. Let's see what we got. It's cheap. A red progress card. Holy cow, look at this. It's a red progress. It's worth 2 Wrath. Very long arms. When you're assaulting, the range is increased by 1 plus the number of red progress cards. So if you look at our current progress cards, we have 1. And then if you also had this out, it would mean if you also had this, we would have 2 red cards. We'd have a range of 1 plus 3. We could attack people very far away from us. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty nice card. Plus, it's a 2 Wrath, which we need. So I think we should buy this card. Now, extra range and attack. That's pretty good. Okay, so I'd be inclined to buy this one. Now, what is this super expensive one? Getaway. A hide behind the counter. Flip one of your progress cards or return this card to the market. Entities ignore your dreamer during the dreamscape phase. Wow, that's pretty good. It's especially good because of our power to flip cards, right? Because we can flip a card. Most of the backs of our cards say that we just discard a card to unflip one of our cards. Costs us 3 green, but we have lots of green. So it's cheap for us to flip a card, and this basically says for 1 turn, it'll completely ignore us. Return this card to the influence market. I mean, we'd never want to do that. But flipping a card is... Flipping a card is free in the moment. And then we can get that card back pretty easily. Not only that, it's got that exclamation point, which should mean that we can basically might be able to use it even in the middle of a... Might be able to even use that in the middle of an entity turn. Like if he moved a lot towards us, we could then use it and be like, you can't attack us. So this is a pretty good card, and you have to carry it around till you need it though, but it also gives good movement. All right, so I guess I'd be inclined to take both of these and not take trap. It's just too hard to make it work, even though it is cheap. If we just wanted more cards, it is a nice movement card. So 2 plus 3 would be 5. And then we could go shopping again. Or just buy this right now. What do you think? Let's take these 2, yeah? I wouldn't mind a card that's more useful, more generally, but it is a cheap card. Like if we're worried about having so many cards sealed, it might be worth it just to grab more cards. All right, but surely we want these 2. That's 5, 3, 4, 5. That's a lot of ether we're spending. Now, do we want to buy this one for 1 just because it's cheap? I don't think we should, because we're going to go shopping again right now. Let's keep 2 so that we can buy a better card. So we're not going to buy this. We are going to do our 3rd shopping now. Yeah. All right, let's see what we've got here. We've got a 3, which we can't afford, and a 1 and a 1. Let's look at this. We can't afford this. I'm here, catch me if you can. Choose an entity, roll for its movement twice. You choose the movement direction. So you send him way away from you. Oh my god, this is pretty great. I would have liked to have this card. That's sort of always useful. Send him totally in the other direction. That feels like it's more useful than the 3 we got. The getaway. And it's free. That's a real shame. I would have much rather have that card than this card. That seems like a much better card. All right, well, it's too late now, but I am going to say in the future, I did suggest before that we would do a house rule that we would shop 3 times, we would grab all 3 all at once. So in the future, I'm going to... Getaway lets us ignore morphing too. I don't think that's right. It doesn't. This doesn't let us ignore morphing. Entities ignore your dreamer during the resolution. It just means they don't go after you or attack you, but they would still do their morphing. All right. Well, so be it. Next time we're going to do it. After this, do you want to resolve the other sign that I found last time? It's on the card we removed from the game. No, I think we're not going to let us do that if we removed it from the game. We have to have a punishment for missing it initially ourselves. All right, so we're not going to take that. What's this? We can afford this. Why would I need this? It's on any spawn space. Return 1 active item to the item market. Draw 3 random item cards from the market. Gain 1 of them. Return the others. And then seal this card. So it's a one-time use card. One-time use card. And then, well, it's not a one-time use. It seals it, so then it would unseal when we get them back. That's okay. And here's another trap. Boy, it's hard to make that one work, though, honestly. I mean, that's a pretty useful card to get items of your choice. Then it gets sealed, though. Don't love any of them. I wonder... These are all 1 each, huh? We could buy one of those. All right, maybe it's fate telling us to get an insidious trap. I did throw away that insidious trap, right? Yes, I did. So this is a different insidious trap. Well, what do you think? This makes us return an item. It's not even gain a new item, it's return an item, but you do get 3 to choose from. Seal this card. I don't think they're worth it. Let's just get rid of these and hold on to 2 ether for the next time and for emergency morphing defeat. All right, so I'm going to throw these away. We've done our 3 shopping. Please remind me next time about the house rule we're going to use on shopping, which is we're going to take all 3 cards, we're going to spend them at once, then we're going to draw 9 cards and shop from those 9. That's what we're doing in the future. But for now, we didn't break any rules. I'm going to put the shopping cards away. 241. C. do let me show you this, something we haven't talked about. There are these sealed decks that you only open when you're told to. So these are additional decks that we haven't unlocked. Maybe that's our secret path. Did we forget to do our... Did we forget to do our secret path? Did we forget to do this? I think we did. Didn't we say we were going to do this? 234M. Didn't we say we were going to do that? And we didn't? Okay, so 234M. We're going on some secret path. This might have been the hint that Jednetics was telling us about. Okay, so mystery path 2, 3, 4, 5. Here's mystery path step 6, 7, 8, and 9. Where is step 1? I don't see it. Now, you should know that I bought this game used. I didn't see any sign that anything was wrong, but it feels like there should be a mystery path step 1. Did we already get it? Did we do step 1? Well, let's get step 2 and see what happens. Maybe we did. This looks a little familiar. Let's see what it looks like. Mystery path. You feel some special treasure awaits you at the end. Each dreamer cures one distress. Remove this card the game. You have 3 steps left. Do we have 3 steps left? 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. Looks like we have 3 more until we reach the end of this. Then there's this. Okay, I believe we did do one of these before, by the way. We can probably see it in our removed stuff. Yeah, we did do another mystery path one. Okay, so that was pretty cool. And we've made one more step on this path. And do we spot anything here? It looks like very blue, dark blue. I don't see any symbols that look like this. Cure a distress, that is very welcome. And this gets removed. Okay. All right, so far so good. We did our shopping. Now we go back to the world. We've been playing for 2 hours. We have not yet entered our dream. And where are we trying to get to go into our dream? We're trying to go into the train yard. Where is the nearest train yard? Over here. That's going to take us a few steps to get to, but it looks like fate, fate, fate trains. Or we could go fate gate. Fate. So we could get an extra key, an extra slumber if we wanted, but I don't think we do. All right, so fate. Draw and place one Dreamscape slumber tile. And then reshuffle the fate deck. All right, we gotta hope we don't have a dream, because the dream has become huge. Okay, here's our slumber card that we drew, but there is no quirk, so it doesn't matter. This just gets discarded. There's only one more dream slumber tile yet, but then it said to reshuffle, so I'm reshuffling the fate cards. Luckily, if all goes well, we will not be having another slumber in this big giant slumber area before our dream. Okay, next up, we're moving here for another fate. Draw and place one Dreamscape slumber tile. If there's a quirk, put the dark cubby hole here. We can search it. If you get lucky, restore an item. Otherwise, you suffer a distress. We don't really want this. Do you see any symbols and signs on this of any interest to us? Does that one look like it? No. What does it say in there? I'm not sure. Okay. What if there's no more slumber cards to draw? Okay, so there is a slumber card. It is got space for a quirk. God help us if we have another dream. This dream is going to be huge. Once more, we go and get another fate. Draw and place one Dreamscape if there's a quirk. Well, we don't even have any more Dreamscape tiles. Like, there's nothing more. The dream is maxed out. Maximum range of assault can't... All right, it doesn't matter. We can't trigger that. Now we go to the train yard, finally. All right, train yard. How does it work? No effect until we find a train. Okay, and we found a train. So, when you're at a train station, you can have the train dream. This tells you how to have a train dream and how to fight the conductor while you do. If you survive, you go to any other train. However, if you have a train ticket, which we do, active or in storage. Active or in storage. Huh. Active or in storage. All right, well, we have one that's active, so we're going to spend that. But what's the point in having it active then? What's the point of having this active if it has the same effect and has no active effect? That's weird. All right, well, we're going to spend this to the item market. To avoid having the train dream. So we're just going to travel now by train to the Horizon train yard. Then we're going to walk up here and unseal 2 cards from the top of our deck. We don't get to choose them. They'll go in our discard. Now we're going to walk up here, which allows us to restore an item. When you're told to restore an item, you don't get to choose. You just take one of your items. If we get a train yard, though, I'm going to put it back. Okay, it's our flashlight. That's a good one. No complaints there. And now we're walking to the Horizon Gate, and we are about to have a real dream. So, off we go. That's behind the curtain. Off we go, and we are finally 2.5 hours in, ready for our actual dream. And we decided that we were going to have this dream. A strange incident in the secret laboratory. We've been investigating it for months. 2 keys. We have 2 keys. We're in Horizon Gate. Cure to distress or unseal top 2 cards. Okay, well, I'm going to cure to distress. We're down to 3 out of 8. That's still a little scary. And now we're going to have this dream. Here we go. 1, 2. Or 111. I guess it's 111. Okay, the 111 setup cards. I'll put the rest off to the side. XYZ face down in their respective places. Huh. Always something new with this game. Do not look at their fronts. So look at this. X, Y, and Z in this dream tell you where they go. That's pretty unusual. So they are going to go out. B2, A2, B3, and C2. All right, why is this not working the way it should? All right, and can we even zoom up more? There we go. All right, zone A2, zone B3, and here's C2, it says so dark. And then the setup tiles are coming out. Let's just take a look at the front of these for a second. Looks like old computers. Okay. Reveal the 2 setup cards. All right. Whoa, this looks pretty cool. It's a biochem lab. This is our laboratory. All right, and we're going to start here. We'll look at those cards in more detail in a moment. Let's finish doing our setup here. Now we need the 111 normal cards. Let's see. Okay, there's a big stack of them. Spawn 1 scientist, use the human shapeshifter on each of the 3 nuclear symbol spaces. Spend 1 volunteer on the other space. And then we'll flip this over. Okay, so let's look at this for a second. Let's look at what we've got. Then, of course, we have to read this, and then we have to turn this over. Oh my God, look at all these special rules. All right, let's take a look. So there's 1 volunteer space. It's here. So someone's going to be in the biochem lab, but next to it is also going to be the nuclear thing, a scientist. So here we have a scientist and a volunteer, and then a scientist, and then a scientist. So there's our 3 scientists. We've got freezers, we've got a generator, we've got a supercomputer. Oh, how cool is this? Vent. We've got some other symbols that we don't know what they mean. These look like maybe vents. Like some microscopes. Wow, this looks like an interesting mission. Okay, in the center is this. We've got an antenna, an armored gate that we can assault, some communications, a computer, a centrifuge, and another computer. And we've got some numbered locations. This map looks crazy. Okay, and then up here in Zone A2, I don't know what those yellow things are. Over here in Zone B3, again, don't know what's going on here. And then down here in X, it's just dark. And maybe these are spaces we can't normally come into. All right. Remember, I haven't spawned the people yet, the entities yet. So let's deal with that in a second. But first, let's read this. All right. Do we read the introduction or should we flip this over first? The goal is to get in touch with the signal source. Special rules. Don't pay attention to the new icons or marks that haven't been described yet. You'll learn their meaning during this dream. At the start of the dream, you do not know how to use equipment. You can only check equipment. Pieces of equipment are marked in red. If the equipment is damaged, mark it with a threat. You can't check or use it. For 5 wrath, you can repair it. Each scientist in a space with equipment lowers the cost of using it by 1 power. Minimum cost 1 power, and lower the basic costs of each of your check or use equipment by 1. You can always spend X movement to move 1 scientist X spaces. And then if we run out of turns, it's still not going to be over. In the beginning, we don't know how to use equipment, so we can only check it. If it's damaged, you can't check or use it, but we can repair it. If there's a scientist in a space, he reduces the cost of using it, but we don't know how to use it yet, but he also lowers the basic cost of checking it. And we can move them 12 turns, so a full 12 turn deck. All right. This feels like it's not as combat heavy as some of our other missions, at least not so far. No sign of any of these on this map, right? Doesn't look like it. All right, so it wants us to spawn people. I actually had an idea for us that maybe we would use, instead of these crazy generic shapeshifter things, I think we'll use these Mansions of Madness figures that I painted. So why don't we use 4 scientists? We'll use these cultist people, and then we have a volunteer. So I'm going to have these be the scientists. So we're going to have 1 on each of these places. They're sort of cult-like scientists. Put this one to the side for now. And then we have a volunteer. I'm going to put this lady as our volunteer here. That seems like it might be a little more interesting for us. Could also just use some colored cubes, might be a little easier to see what's going on this board. What about the scientist in B1? Oh, have I... There, 1, 2... Where's my card here? Each of the 3 spaces gets a scientist and the volunteer in the space. Well, it's hard to see. It is, yeah, it's hard to see with these figures, no matter how you look at it. But all right. There we have them. All right, let's read our introduction here. 141. Chapter 1, Signal, Chapter 1. A shrill scream makes us spill the burning coffee on our hands. Yes, we have it. We have the signal. We recorded it all. Now, just to decrypt it. We all wear white overalls and hold cups of black, fragrant coffee. Our eyes are focused on the antenna. Indeed, the signal diode glows green, and the printer spits long tapes of gibberish. The screen above shows a view from a remote room. A man is lying on a couch, probably sleeping. Cables connect strange devices to his head. We've been sitting here deep underground for many days, as if we were sheltering after a nuclear war. We are essential to make everything work correctly. We remember this. But are those real memories at all? Memory, after all, is only a recollection of things we believed actually happened. But maybe these were actually implanted in our minds and it wasn't like that at all. Suddenly, the antenna's glow intensifies. We hear buzzing, which turns into a prolonged groan and then a crack, as if an invisible giant in the middle of the room snapped his fingers. The light goes off, all equipment turns off, everything goes quiet and completely dark. After what seems like an eternity, the emergency power supply kicks in and weak red lights slowly turn on. Mark any one chosen equipment as damaged. To make sure that everything is in place, did you place the tiles correctly? Do you have 2 tiles face up, 3 face down with their tile code visible? If yes, you placed everything in the right way. Remember, do not look at the fronts of face-down tiles until the game instructs you to. Okay, so we have set up correctly. These are face down. These are face up. We are just told to mark something as damaged. One equipment of our choice. We need to get in touch with the signal source. So equipment are marked in red. And if it's damaged, it's got a threat. So we have to pick one of these equipment. We have a generator, I guess a supercomputer. Sorry. I guess this supercomputer is a piece of equipment we could have damaged. A computer, and a centrifuge. So equipment are marked in red. We can repair equipment for 5. Scientist in a space with equipment lowers the cost of using it, but not of repairing it. So we can't improve the cost of repairing it. You have a preference for what you want to damage, Jonathan? It seems like we're going to have to repair it. But we don't know how to oh yeah, we do know how to repair it. Power went out. Generator. Generator, computer, centrifuge. There's two generators on this tile, right in the same space. One generator here. I suppose you might argue that wherever we're going to go first, let's leave that undamaged and put this where we think we might go last. Maybe the centrifuge? I feel like we may not be getting to the centrifuge for a while. Looks like Jonathan and I are thinking alike. I like it. Okay, I'm going to damage the centrifuge. Try to keep the map on this view for most of it, even though it's still a little hard to see. If there was a better way to do this view, maybe I could have put this. Maybe next time I'll try putting this map right here in the view of my close-up camera. I suppose I still could do that. My close-up camera, this one is sharper. So, oh, but then that's as big as it gets. Let me just see this for a second. I have to move these. If I did bring this here, you would be able to read this a little bit better. But then you can't see my cards. All right, let's just leave this up here for today. All right. All right. Our mission is to get in touch with the signal. That's what we're trying to do. Get in touch with the signal source. But we don't know how to do this. What we do know is we can move the scientists around. Doesn't look like we even have to be near them. We just move them. So we can move them into spaces that will help us check the equipment. But we can repair it. But only one is damaged at the moment. So I guess for now we just need to check stuff. And there's no entity yet. There's no is that right? There's no entity? There's no entity. There's no one after us. Well, we could start right on a space with an antenna and space with a computer. We've got a vent. We've got supercomputer. We've got check the generators. We've got check the freezers, the biochem lab, check the table. Check the table. Let me just see this card for a second. Check the table. Huh. Check the freezers. Check the generators. The generators did just go out, so it does feel like maybe we should head over to those generators. And if we've got a freezer and it loses power, that could be bad. That could wake something up. So I do think maybe we need to get over to that generator before this thing wakes up. So why don't we start ourselves here, Jonathan? Do we get to see our hand first before we decide which of these starting spaces? I don't remember that. Turns 12. Where's my... Oh, like there was a turn card I didn't get out. All right, let's do this. Here's our current turn, but it doesn't matter because no one's coming after us. Strange incident. All right, let's start here. We have to come back this way anyway, so we'll check the antenna on our way out. We're going to go right for those generators as soon as possible. There is a volunteer. We don't know what the volunteer does at this point, right? We're going to find out later. But you might, that's another argument to do stuff other than just the generator. Like, if we can get in contact with the volunteer, maybe she can help us out. All right, let's draw our hand up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Honestly, I went to a lot of trouble to make this screen proper, and it's really not, it's not where we want it to be. All right, well, here's our 4-card hand. Just don't understand why it's zooming in wrong. Okay. So we want to check which is the green. We've got plenty of green. All right, so we could walk over there and we can check the freezers or whatever, or instead we could walk over for 2 and check these generators right over there for 1. It's a little bit of a waste though, but I guess it's all a waste. But you know what? It is a real waste if we're going to walk over there. So here's what we're going to do, Jonathan. We're going to walk over here for 1, and then we're going to do an action here to check either the freezer or the table, and then we'll walk over and check the generator. Because otherwise we are wasting an opportunity. So let's go over here. What do you feel better about, the freezer or the table? I think the freezer. Let's find out if there's some thing-like monster that is going to wake up from that freezer. So I'm walking and I'm checking the freezer, which is 516. Maybe it'll help us see which of the generator we need to turn on to avoid getting killed by that monster. Let's get those cabinets open and check them first. First one's empty. Second one, empty. Third, empty. Wait, there is something in the third one. A small glass container with an insect? A chrysalis? It's pulsating gently. We better leave it alone. Who knows what could turn into if it's released? What are they really working on? Or what are we working on? Gain a blue gem and place a block token. All right, well, blue gem, and we can't look at the freezers anymore. We don't care about that. That's the volunteer. That's the biochem lab. All right, now we're going to move. Now we're going to move and do the generators. And that action wasn't supposed to be cheaper, was it? Each scientist with a space lowers the cost of using it. It does reduce our cost. So because there was a scientist in this space, when we checked the freezer, it was free. So actually, I'm going to undo this move and check. Where's my move, actually? Oh, it's here. Okay, so in other words, we moved into this, we moved into this space, and then the check was free because there was a scientist in there. So we moved in and we didn't have to spend. We moved in and we didn't have to spend one to check it. And we can check the table for free as well. 700. I think I'm throwing away the right cards, but that's all right. Tables equipped with steel manacles. Presumably in case the research subject has something against being examined. There's also a microscope, a whole range of analytical devices. If only there was something to examine. Seal one card to gain 2 blue gems. I think we should do that, even though I don't want to seal cards. 2 gems are huge. So I'm going to go ahead and seal a card to gain 2 gems. Now we're maxed out on our gems. Okay, now we're going to move over here. We don't have any scientists, so we do have to pay for this checking of the generators, which is 262. Although I could move an engineer in here, since there's only one thing to do. Let's just 262 it. Here's our generators. All right. We need to restart the power supply. We pull the lever. Lights blink and slowly bring the room to life. The buzzing in the room intensifies as sparks start to rain down. All the lights turn on one by one. We have full power again. Flip tile X face up. Reveal card A, which is power, and place one generic circle on it. At the beginning of each turn, each working generator gives you 1 power. Looks like our instinct to turn on power was right, Jonathan. At the beginning of each turn, each working generator gives you 1 power. From now on, you may use all equipment with a power cost icon, a number icon in a gray circle. To use equipment, you must complete all of the following. You must be in its space, you must spend the power, and then add 20 to the number of the given script to resolve the check action. That's how you use an item. Remember, you cannot use equipment if it doesn't have any power cost. However, you may still check equipment instead of using it, since they are 2 separate actions with different outcomes. Whew. Okay, let's see if we can follow these instructions here. Flip tile X, which is the darkness. So the power came on and lit up this tile. Then we're told get card A. It's a power card. It's active until the dream ends. It says put it next to the turn deck. Each undamaged generator generates 1 power. Maximum of 6. To use equipment, you must spend intent on the check action of a given equipment and spend the power indicated under the check action. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Then resolve the given script, but add 20. You can only use equipment with the power cost. Okay. So 2 things on this card. One is it tells us how much power gets generated. And then it tells us how to do a use instead of a check. Okay. And then the script said it starts out with 1. And it's got this little blue thing, but really it's a clear thing. So there's 1 power on this card. I'll put it here. Max of 6. At the beginning of each turn, each working generator gives you 1 power. Now, already we've got a rules problem. Because the tablet says at the beginning of each turn, each working generator gives you 1 power. Which sounds like it's what this is saying. But this has a different rule. This says when the basic effect goes off, it generates a power. But I don't think all the turns have that. So is it saying that we get 1 by default and 1 every time the basic effect goes off? I think it's probably just a bad rule. Don't you think? Don't you think what it means is the same as this? But this says at the beginning of each turn, and this is not at the beginning of each turn. This is at the dreamscapes phase. So I guess it's happening twice. Okay. Guess that's happening twice. It's a little confusing, but we'll try to remember it. Now, boy, this is really making us do some complicated stuff here. It says each undamaged generator generates. Well, actually, we have one undamaged. That's a second undamaged. That's a third undamaged. So actually, there are 3 currently undamaged generators. So every turn, we're going to get 3. I'm going to put this near here. Every turn, 3 are going to come out. Plus, when this triggers, 3 are going to come out. I assume that these are going to start to break down at some point. But currently, we have 1, 2, 3 generators that I can see. Seems like we're going to have an abundance of power for now. But max of 6. Okay, so we can check, and now we know how to use. But we don't know what to do. We do know that our centrifuge is broken, but we don't know how to repair yet, right? We just know how to use. If it's damaged, you can't check it or use it. So maybe we would have been better off damaging, well, I don't know. Repair, oh, we do know how to repair. And we can move scientists. Well, All right, so just to be clear here, the generators have a check, but there's no number. So that's all you can do. You can't use the generators. We just check them. And the freezer you can't use either. But the table you could use. So if we wanted to, we could come use this table on our way out of here. Well, let's pass here. So now entities would move, but there are no entities. Basic effect triggers in. This is confusing, but if we say it works, we would trigger 3 more here. And then morph, but there's no entity, so it doesn't morph. Jonathan says, don't use the table unless we want to unshackle the volunteer. Oh, the volunteer is, you think, is shackled down there. Good point. That's a good point. She could be dangerous. All right, let's draw our 4 cards. And the cat should be out here somewhere. I'll just consider the cat out. I'm going to, if the cat is too big to put out, I'm just going to use a gold to mark the cat. We could bring the penguin out whenever we want, though. Uncontrolled flight. This wouldn't be a bad idea to start. I guess we started there. I mean, we could fly somewhere down here, check the decryption machine. We just lit up this room. Let's check out this room. We have got a decryption machine. That seems like what we might want to do sooner rather than later. What do you think? Should we go right for the decryption machine? We do have enough power to turn on the decryption machine. It's pretty far away though, but maybe now that's a chance to fly, but maybe, well, let's do this first, I guess. Next turn is here. And here's the weird thing. At the beginning of the turn, this should generate 3. Boy, that's weird. I'm really not sure if that's not a mistake, but all right. We got a long way to go here. But we could move to... We don't have any more blue gems to get, so we should probably start using some of those blue gems. Especially since we can get them this way. I think maybe we should start... I guess we'll just start checking some things. Monitoring, Madeline. I think we'll just start heading down here. Heading towards, I think we should check this decryption machine sooner rather than later. We've got a bunch of computers. All right. I think we're going to try uncontrolled flight, and then if we get lucky, we'll jump way across to the other end of the room. So I'm going to roll this die. All right, I got a blank, which is 3 spaces. So let's just go 3 spaces. 1, 2... We could check comms. I think because the power is filling up, we should try to use power each turn. So I'm going to go 3. Wow, 6 to do that computer. That's a little expensive for us. But I want to start using our power. So I'm going to go 3. I'm going to go 3. That's where I'm going to spend my 3. Okay, that's spent. Then what I think we'll do is we'll try to do these 2 on our way down here. And this is 4, so we'll use up 4 of these. I think that makes sense. So I'm going to spend 1 to check the comms, which is 351. All right, let's check the comms here. Not good. We try to make contact with the surface. No effect. Communication with security does not work either. The comms are entirely dead. It seems that as long as someone up there does not notice this failure, we're on our own. Gain a blue gem, but we have them all, so we can't take it, and we block this comms. All right, we need to start spending our gems because it's clear that... Actually, this guy should be here. I must have moved him. So actually, I'm going to take back my green for that. All right. So we need to start spending our blue gems because we're getting new ones, and that's fine. All right. So that was checking that. Now I'm going to move down here with a yellow. And now we're going to check the computer here. That's 4 green. I'm going to use a gem. Okay, so I've moved us down here. Now we need 4 green. I'm going to use a blue gem here. That's 4. Actually, I'd rather keep this one. All right, it's okay. We have too many anyway. I'm going to spend 4 to do this action, and it needs 4 power. Oh, I see. We could check it and just do it. Okay, so let's talk about this for a second. To use something costs the same amount as to... I'm going to take this back for a second. I'm not going to do that yet. So I'm going to spend a yellow to move this guy here. That way he makes these actions cheaper. Now the question I have for you is this. We could just use this computer for 4 and 4, or I could check it first. Does it make sense to check this computer before we try to use it? Or should we just try to use it? Check it, huh? It's expensive to check. Don't forget that. All right, let's check it. It costs us 3 to check it. I don't need a gem. But I want to start using gems. Okay, this is what I'll do. I'll spend the 3 green to check it. It only costs 3 instead of 4 because I moved a scientist there. That's 280. The computers are strange. Thick glass screens are embedded in decorative wooden frames. Instead of keyboards, they're just big metal knobs. These things look more like equipment from an old radio station than modern-day computers. However, they work just fine, and that's enough. Reveal card D, top secret research, if it's still available. Okay, so it was good we did that. And now we got top secret research. Draw 2 random cards from the influence market, place them next to this card. You may be able to get them. This card is active until the dream ends. When you use any computer, you put a power on this card instead of resolving the given script. When you place a second marker on this card, gain one of the influence cards you put aside, return the other one to the influence market, then remove the top secret research card from the game. Wow, this is craziness. Okay, so go grab 2 random cards from the influence market. And we put them on the top secret research. So we've discovered research about I Run to Live. This is we have this card, right? We got this one. I just want to make sure I didn't throw it away. Okay, yes, we have this card. So Run to Live, we could get another copy of it. Or a very expensive card called Unclear but Efficient. Don't think too much, just hit it hard. If we're assaulting, we roll the dice. Oh my god. And you could do a huge amount of damage. So this would be something we would use if we had lots of rerolls, though, because most of the time it will have no effect. Or we could just use it as 2 red, 3 red. So I would like to research this card if we can. Okay, so that's the top secret research. And we use it whenever we use a computer. Instead of doing the script, we could do this. Okay, so if we've got a script we don't need, we can do this. All right, this is craziness. So we didn't use this computer, we just checked it. If we wanted to use it now, it would cost us 3 green and 4 power. And we're going to waste this power if we don't spend it now. So I'd be inclined to spend it, but we're running out of gems. I still think we should probably do it. So let's go ahead and do it, just because I want to use this power before we lose it. So this computer we just checked. We're going to try to use now. And it's going to cost us 3 green. I'm going to have to spend a gem for that. And 4 power. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jonathan's saying, could we combine those run to move? Yes, we absolutely could. The rules are quite clear. You are allowed to have multiple of the same thing, and they would both trigger. Okay, so this is our first use action. So we've paid the 4 power, and now we reveal the script number plus 20. So instead of 280, we're going to use this computer to go 300. We access the database and find files related to various projects. Choose one of the options. Okay, let me point something out. Important. All of the computers, there are multiple, have the same number. I don't know if you can see that. This computer is a 4 green, 4 power, 280. 6 green, 2 power, 280. 6 green, 2 power, 280. So these 3 computers, all the computers have the same behavior, the same number. It's just different trade-off of power versus green. So we did a good thing. We chose the right computer because we have too much power. All right, so, but I don't know if this is going to be a one-time thing. So let's see. initiate project Firestarter, initiate project Help, initiate project Ether, initiate project Throwback, initiate project Worm People. If the decryption machine is revealed and the decryption machine is not damaged, move the power one space down and resolve the corresponding script. What does that mean? What does that mean? It's investigate, not initiate. Oh, good. Well, that's good. But what does it mean, move the blue marker one space down? I don't understand that. Oh, it must mean on the decryption machine, we move that one space down. I think we need that decryption machine. All right, so I think maybe our next step will be to go to the decryption machine. But which of these do you want to learn about? This is pretty amazing. You got a preference here? I mean, Ether is what powers us, but Jonathan says Project Help. Okay, let's go Project Help. Investigate Project Help. Domain Medicine. Project objective, to use compressed imagination and deleted memories to heal human husks, problems, zombie syndrome, void sprouting in the heart. Research was conducted on 12 volunteers and 1 convict. The results? Add card 1, the clinic, to the fate deck. Card I. So from the cards that are part of this mission, we're taking card I and adding it to the fate deck. Oh, crazy, this game. All right. I like it. And then we're done. So we could keep investigating more stuff on the computer to learn more. Okay, we spent for power. I'm just going to put it off to the side since it's sure we're going to come back. And we spent this gem. All right, it did seem like the decryption machine might have been a good thing to do, though. Like, well, the computer, accessing the computer, it seemed like you could either use it to learn or move the decryption machine. Is the one volunteer left the convict? Probably, but what did you hear about a convict? Research was conducted on 12 volunteers and 1 convict. Yes, quite possible she is a convict. All right, we're going to stop our turn here. That means the basic effect triggers, which means we get 3 more for the 3 working generators. Boy, that is weird to me. Morphing triggers and rolls triggers, but nothing. We don't have any enemies. Let's try to keep it that way. There's the next action. Our hand comes out 1. We have to reshuffle. I don't want to seal any cards, so I'm going to have us take a distress. Is our Delta card in here? No, should be in our hand somewhere. Unless that might have been a one-time use card, Jonathan. All right, so I took a distress. So here's our new hand. Let's take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, Jonathan has said something very clever. I was looking at this board and I was thinking, what is going to trigger all hell breaking loose and monsters coming after us? And I was thinking, well, it's hard to predict, but we're going to do some action, surely, that's going to cause all this thing to develop and weird things to happen. But Jonathan has the better idea, I think. And Jonathan has said, it looks like we're going to run out of turns and trigger Act 2. And I think Jonathan is exactly right. We've never yet run out of turns on a mission without succeeding, but I think Jonathan is right. I think this scenario is made so that we run out of turns. I mean, we could just try to run out the door, but it seems to me that this is probably meant to have a 2-act stage, and we should do as much as we can before stage 2, which is what, Jonathan, you are saying. You're saying we might want to use some extra hours to prepare everything as much as we can before the bad stuff happens. And I think that's a great point. In fact, to that end, we've just reshuffled our deck. I think we should start doing something that we don't normally do, which is put charges on our shotgun. Or our steam bomb. One, two, three, four. So I am going to use this power to discard the top 3 cards. To put a charge. We're running out of charge tokens, so I'm going to use my own tokens here. I'm going to put a charge on, or to gain a blue gem. I'm going to put the charge on the shotgun, I think, just because our shotgun is pretty powerful. With all these yellow cards we've got. And we might want to get out tactics soon. Alright, so we're going to start charging up our stuff for the eventual big fight. Alright, here's our 4 cards. We might want to consider actually, no, let's use this power while we can. Okay, range of assault goes up. Cures all of their things. Gain 3, getaway. Flip one of our progress cards or return this to the market. Entities ignore your dreamer. No, we don't care about that now. We could keep using this computer. Well, this would be a good card to prepare for when bad people come. Where's our assistant? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do we want to get this card prepared? Feels like we'll probably cycle it back around. You know what I think? I don't think we need a hand size of 9. I think 8 is just fine. Although it is a yellow, which powers this. I think we should get this out now and prepare for monsters. So I'm going to flip the assistant. I'm going to bring out the long arms instead of analysis. Okay, now back to our stuff here. We could do the computer again to get more information on something. We could repair the centrifuge while we're here. That takes 5 red and we don't have any red, although we could take a distress for that. So maybe we leave the centrifuge. I think because when we use the computer, it let us increase the decryption machine, I think this is sort of high priority for us to do. So I think I want to do that. So I am going to move 1 space with this yellow, wasting 1. Can always spend a little bit wasteful. And then for green, I'm going to spend I could move him down there and make this cheaper, but no. I think I'm going to spend 4 green to check the decryption machine. Not use it, just check it. Which is item 400. I'm hot on this decryption machine, especially since the computer let us progress it. Well, if we could decode the signal here, we would be able to read the intercepted messages from the space travelers. That would be great, wouldn't it? Furthermore, if we broke the code, perhaps we could establish a form of basic communication, exchange mathematical formula, or the coordinates of our planets. Where are they from? Who are they? Are they like us? The signal is already in the memory of our computer network. We need to turn on this decryption machine. Gain 1 blue gem. Remember, we've just checked it. We didn't use it. So I think we should use it now. We're going to have to spend 2 blue gems to do that if we want to use it this turn. There's no real advantage to doing it this turn, though. Other than the fact that these would reset. I think we're okay not spending blue gems for that. So I'm going to stop my turn here. Then this triggers, which would add more generator power, but we're at our max. So that ends and this comes out. Okay, so a huge amount of more power would come out. More power would come out at the start of our turn. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, let's turn on this decryption machine now. I think maybe I should move this guy down here to make it easier to turn on this machine since we have so many yellows. So I'm going to spend a yellow to bring down the scientist. And then I'm going to spend... Oh, I wouldn't mind getting 3 new blue gems. Okay. So I'm going to spend... three gems and 3 green and 3 power to use the decryption machine. Okay, so 420. Here we go. We're turning on the decryption machine, Jonathan. Reveal card C. Place 1 in space 0 of this card's track. It's on. Now let's get into any of the computers. The scientist makes the green cost less. I don't think he makes the power cost less. Let me just check that. Lowers the cost by 1 power. You're right, he does. Okay, so we get 1 power back. Not that we need it at this point. All right, you're right. All right, so reveal card C. This is a very different feeling mission. Okay, it's the decryption machine. Look at this. Each time you move this to the lower slot, resolve the script from that slot. Oh my God, this is so crazy. All right, so we're gonna put a marker on the 0. And now every time we use the computer, we can pop this down the track. Well, we've got a computer right up here, which is the cheapest one in green. That seems a likely place for us to go if we want to do that. We can't cross over into here, but we could go here and check the vent. I'm not sure that's worthwhile. Like, whatever's alien's gonna come in that vent, I'm not sure we can do anything about it. And this computer is no better than this computer. Sorry. This computer is no better than this computer. It takes more green. And since we have an abundance of power, I think we're better off using this computer here. The only question is, before I leave here, do we want to come and check the vent? However, let's not even do that. Let's spend these cards to get 3 gems. Max out our gems and then take a new turn. This comes up, this comes up, this flips. 1, 2, 3, 4. The current turn suit is Spade, so we could gain Assault if we wanted to. Here's our double delta phase, Jonathan, right here. So this is the card we're going to want to get out. We don't want to spend that. We're keen to use double delta phase soon. And I think we were supposed to block the decryption computer. I think maybe we leave this vent. I mean, the vent is where bad aliens could come through, so we might be able to close it, yeah. And we have multiple vents. We've got 2 vents, so maybe we should check this vent. If it is closable, then we'll know to take care of that one. Okay, let's do it. I'm going to spend a gem to move 2. 1, 2. And then I'm going to spend this to do the check the vent for 6, 6, 7. I guess better to know now whether we need to worry about those vents. The ventilation ducts could easily accommodate an adult human or something not human, but just as big. Reveal card B. If you're in the same space as a vent, you can spend a yellow to relocate to any other vent. Oh, Or we could spend 8 green to explore the maze of ventilation ducts. Ah, craziness. Okay, so we don't need to check any other vents. These both vents are the same. We can now jump between these two vents. Or explore the maze for 6 green. We don't want to use this one now because it just gets us assault, which we're not ready to use. 2 green is not very useful. We don't really want to investigate this computer. So I think we probably end our turn here. Okay, we're going to end our turn. Nothing happens here. This gets discarded. Our next turn is here. 4 more cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we still don't have the card that lets us flip our assistant yet. Okay, Jonathan asks, is the supercomputer action different? It certainly is. Where is our supercomputer? Were we wrong about there being a supercomputer? I just see computer, 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 supercomputer. Actually, you know what? The supercomputer is the same. It's just green cheap. So actually, that's a good place to trigger the computer for us. 2 green instead of 4 or 6. So that actually is a good place, and he makes it even cheaper. So that's a good place to use the computer lots of times. Same 280, but it's cheaper. So I think you might have a point there. I think we might go through the vent, come here and hammer on the supercomputer. What do you think about that? So for 1 yellow, we can jump through the gate, the vent here, and then move over here, and then do the supercomputer a bunch of times. Actually, not a bunch of times, because it takes 6 power, so 5 power. We'd only be able to do it once per turn, but still. That seems a pretty good thing to do. Are there other things we want to do? We haven't checked the antenna. And we haven't checked monitoring. But we'd want to go through the vent for that anyway. If we brought multiple scientists, could we make things cheaper? Each scientist lowers the cost by 1. So we could move multiple scientists into a space to make something basically free. With yellow cards. All right, let's do that then. Let's spend this yellow to travel in the vent. And then what we want to do is use this several times. If we could bring 3 scientists into this room, we could do this essentially for 3 power each turn without any green cost. That means we could do it twice per turn. So 1, 2, 3, 4. If we spend 2 gems, we could get this guy in this room. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 more gems, we could get this scientist into this room. Then we walk there. I think we should try that. Is that crazy? It would make it very easy for us to use the supercomputer a lot, which we could use to research stuff and use to do this. Alternatively, if we bought 3 of them here, it would be 1 power and 1 green each time. Whereas the most we can do here is bring this down to 3. I think we might be better off bringing them all here. They also make the centrifuge cheaper. Let's bring them here. 3 of them there would mean we'd spend 1 power and 1 green per time we want to use this. All right, let's do that. I'm going to spend 2 yellow to move this guy to 1, 2, and then a gem to move him. I suppose I'll spend this yellow to move him once more. Then I'll spend 2 gems to go 1, 2, 3. It's a little bit wasteful. Right now it costs us 2 and 2. So a little crazy. I still think it's probably worth it because it feels like we're going to be using this computer a lot. I don't know what's more efficient. 3, maybe it's better to do it over here. One, 2, 3. I think I'm changing my mind. I'm going to go over here. I'd rather it costs more power and less green, I think. Or is it too late for that? All right, let's just leave it. So I still want to move this guy here. That's going to cost a gem. Now I've got 3 of them here. And I'm going to have to spend to bring me over here. But now it's 1 power. Sorry. Normally we take 4, but there's 3, so it's 1 power and 1 green for every use of the computer. So we can do it a whole bunch of times, but we don't want to spend this. I feel like I could have done that better. I feel like it would have been better to bring him over here. All right, let's not overthink it. Here's my one green to use the computer, which is number 300. I kind of regret not moving them all to this one. Okay, so choose one of the options. So we're going to want to be doing this a bunch of times. I guess we should move the decryption machine. I mean, I kind of want to learn about these other things too, but don't you think it's decryption machine? Let's move the decryption machine. Okay, so I'm moving it down one space and reading 180. From the recording, we get the exact frequency and direction from which the signal comes, the binary star system of Zeta Reticuli. The red-hot decryption machine tries to overcome the chaos barrier in the signal in order to recreate its original pattern. Wait, something is when the first small piece of decoded data begin to resemble something, fragments of the Fibonacci sequence or words in different languages, the antenna in response starts glowing again. The signal appears. The decryptor tries to translate this into words we can understand, but the voice is distorted and sounds intermittent. Suddenly, sparks shoot upward and smoke bellows from below the computer. The computer is damaged. That cost us 1 power. All right, the computer is now damaged. So if we wanted to repair it, that would cost us 5 assault. Now we are in the we're in Clover, so actually we don't have assault, but we could use our shotgun on it. That would only get us 2 assault. We could spend the steam bomb to repair it. I think we should spend the steam bomb to repair it. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to discard the steam bomb. To generate 5 wrath to repair the computer. I suppose you could argue that the smarter thing to do would be just to move to another computer. But we've spent a lot of effort to make this one doable. So I'm going to do that. And now I am going to once again use this computer for 1 power and 1 green. Overpaying for it. And we're going to use the computer again after having repaired it. So we know what it is. It's 300. I offer you another choice. Should we, I guess we should do the decryption machine first. It seems like we want to do that, right? Or are each of these going to give us more? Can the steam bomb be used on a non-entity? The steam bomb says discard it to gain 5 wrath. It's not just for assault, it's used whenever we want. So yes, it can. All right, so it feels like we probably want decryption machine, and then maybe we'll learn about these people when danger strikes. So let's do decryption machine again. So I'm moving this down. Probably the machine's going to break each time. 091. Yep. A strange, weak voice and indistinct words. Gibri. More incoherent noises. Repeat, we can hear you, but you have to repeat. Where are you? We sense your presence here in the laboratory. A sudden system crash flashing on the computer screen. Something interrupts the decoding, leaving a silence behind. A small flame ignites and starts melting the cable, and the computer is damaged again. So do we need to write down these words that are coming through? It was like, this second one is Gibri. And the first one was Bree Lee. Surely this is what we should be doing, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't like that this computer keeps breaking, though. All right, it's the end of our turn here. 1, 2, 3. Now we have to reshuffle. Take a distress or seal 3 cards. I mean, this is all terrible. I guess I'm going to take another distress, hold out with these cards as long as possible, but we're at 5 distress now. There's our 4th card. We still don't have on the top of the deck the way to get out the progress card we want, but that's okay. Here's a way to get more gems. We are now on the heart phase, which gets us wrath. Okay, great. This is going to let us fix that computer right now. So we're on the heart, so we get wrath according to our distress. Do we want to add another charge to the shotgun? I think we do. Top 3 cards, 1, 2, 3. To add another charge to our shotgun. Not only that, the shotgun lets us fix computer too, somehow. All right, but as I was saying, because we're in the heart phase, we now can generate 5 wrath because we've got 5 distress. So that's enough to repair the equipment. So let's repair this computer once more by using now or never. And let's use that computer again. Now, you could argue that we should use it to investigate these research things before we use it to trigger this. By the way, this our power refilled. I think maybe we should do the research now because research is cheap at this location. And the computer doesn't break when you do research. So let's do this first. Let's throw away So Shiny. A red and a yellow to get us 3 blue gems, which we are now going to use to power stuff. I think maybe we should investigate using this computer. So there's 3 people here. It costs us only 1 power and 1 green. We're going to have to spend a gem for that green, and we're going to use the computer. And I think maybe we should stop breaking the computer with the decryption machine and do some research first. Don't we want to learn more about these people? What would be your next best? What research do you want to do? Investigate, Jonathan. Let's mix it up a little bit here. How about Project Firestarter was like a movie. Project Worm People. I feel like these worm people might be coming to get us. So maybe we should read that. Let's read that. Research on the worm people. The soulless inhabitants of the world on the other side. Based on our initial study, we estimate that worm people make up 65.7% of the total number of inhabitants, which corresponds to an 8.2% increase on our last year. From the outside, they look just like normal people, but they're actually nothing but empty biological shells. It's worth noting scientists on the other side do not seem to be aware of the presence of this research facility in their world. Perhaps they're blinded by analysis of divisions and categories which have no relevance, like complexion, belief, or wealth. The worm people have failed to develop any manifestation of empathy and self-awareness yet, but perfect mimicry allows them to function quasi-normally, especially as the numbers of their species grows. They see other people only as obstacles, sometimes even ignoring them completely. To better blend in with the community, they use many effective and probably instinctual adaptation techniques, taking on the traits of many negative human behaviors, such as manifestations of hatred, irrational divisions between people, unnecessary competition, extreme materialism, etc. Recommendations. We must stop this scourge from entering our world at all costs. To illustrate the danger we're facing, even the most fearsome monsters of our world present a lesser threat. They may be fierce, but at least they display signs of feelings and emotions. Worm people have none whatsoever. Professor Shelley and Dr. Goodman. Okay. This is so crazy. Okay. Well, what do we do now? I need to generate 1 more green to do another computer action. I'm going to stop my turn here. We're going to use some hours to extend our time here. We're moving on. This resets. I should have come and been doing this over here. It would have been much better to do it over here. Maybe the next time it breaks, we'll move everyone over here and start doing it over here. Because green is what's doing it for us. All right, we want to get this card out. Eventually, we might as well do it now. So on the top of my deck, I have this. Discard this card and unflip 1 card within range. So here's our cards. I'm going to spend 3 green and discard this card to get this progress out. So now when we have our delta phase, we get both actions. And now we're over here. One, two. We should probably use this computer once more before it breaks and then maybe finish up over here. So I'm going to use this computer again. It requires 4 green, it requires 1 green. I don't have any green, so I'm going to have to waste this again. I'd really rather spend 1 green cards than spend this. Not spending 1 green is deadly. I really should have been right doing this all over here. All right. How many turns do we have left? Quite a few. All right, I'm going to stop my turn here instead. That refreshes. That draws up to 4. Let's see if we can be a little more efficient here. Okay, I'm going to spend 1 green and 1 power to use the computer again. That's 300. All right, Jonathan, you got a choice. Do you want to investigate something or do you want to trigger the decryption machine? I think maybe decryption machine again. Are we the worm people? Yeah, I don't know. All right, let's trigger the decryption machine. So this goes down and now we read 408 and let this machine break. The signal returns. The voice is clearer. We serving your bright light. We've made a contact with you. Although it's difficult to understand you through the interference, we're picking up your signal via telepathy. Our planet is 39.3 light years away from you. Can you hear us too? Give us a sign. Where exactly is your planet located? We are your friends. Have you been watching us for a long time? Are you like us? Screech. And again, sparks, smoke, the signal disruption gets worse. The computer is damaged. Mark it with a broken. Okay, so it's broken again. Now, if W is not revealed, it's not. This is tile W. 632. Oh no, we've triggered the second stage. Chapter 2, Disaster. Something even worse happens. Piece by piece, all the equipment explodes. The fire spreads quickly. Lights flash like crazy. After a while, the fire protection system turns on. Artificial rain pours down over everything. After a while, all that's left is acrid smoke that searches for vents to escape. The steel wall of Zone B3 rises, sealing the room with armored glass. Flip tile Z face up. There are creatures in there. Look at that. Loud cracks spreading, fissures. The glass will shatter any moment. And those are 2 spawn points. We're standing right there. Next, behind the glass, we see several nightmarish figures. The glass will break soon. Place 1 threat on the door on the B3 tile. It's closed. When the door is closed, the edge of the space they are on is treated as a wall. Reveal tile W altered and spawn 2 altered on B3. Something bad is starting to happen to the volunteer. From now on, the volunteer becomes another altered. Okay. All right, so we put a threat tile on the door on the B3 tile. Okay, so now we see we didn't really get told about this. It seems like we were going to get told at some point, but that seems like it's a door. That thing. Feels like we're doing this slightly out of order, but okay, we're putting a thing on the door. It's now closed. When it's closed, it's considered a wall. Okay, so they can't get through there yet. Now, reveal tile W. Oh my God, look at that. You can assault it just to move it. For 4 or 8, you kill it. Gain a story token. If there's no altered in the dreamscape, spawn 1. So they constantly spawn. They're never gone. You can never even delay them. You just kill one and a new one comes out immediately. All right. And it morphs. And if you're in range, you suffer a distress. And they damage equipment or doors in range 1. Damaged doors get removed. And if they're less than 4, they turn into an altered. If they can't reach a person, they attack a door. Well, and the volunteer is now an altered. So our volunteer, I don't know if we could have chained her down, but she just turned into a creature. And there seems to be a creature here too. Spawn 2 altered. Okay, so there's 2 altered and she turned into an altered. Lovely. Now there's 3 of them. We're all here sitting with the broken computer. At the end of this turn, they're going to move, and a scientist is going to come out, and as soon as he moves, he's going to break down the door and get out. Well, it was nice for a while. And they're going to start damaging the generators too, yeah. I mean, we could go kill her. First, they're going to do their basic effect. Damage 1 equipment in range 1 from any altered. So we could have her damage the table that she was on. We could use the table. Maybe we could lock her up. The freezer. Did we examine the freezer? We could hide in the vents. Probably not going to help us much. Well, it's not looking great for us. Let's decide on a general strategy here. Long arms gives us better range. That's a great point. We do have long arms, so we can reach normally within range of 1. We now have range 3. So 1, 2, 3. Furthermore, if we flip tactics, it only happens once, then we have to flip it. But we could assault them all. Now, what's this weird thing? You get a story token. If you kill one, you get a story token. I don't even know what that is. What's a story token? All right, I think we're going to have to formulate a plan, a Hail Mary plan, to use the term of a movie in the theaters that I wonder if Jonathan has seen yet. Let's come up with our plan here. So we've got a couple of options. One is we could try to rush the decryption machine. 2 more steps will send these aliens to our planet to probably capture it, but maybe they'll eat the altered. Okay, so that's one plan, is to just go all in on trying to get the communication with this machine. Another option is to go and try to use this table and maybe that will give us a way to subdue these creatures. Still another possibility, I'm guessing maybe actually that if we discover something in the microscope, we might have to use the centrifuge. Okay, here's another option. Another option is for us to try to knock down the gate and run away for 12 assault. Or another option is to run in the vent and try to hide. And then there's the question of if we want to try to do the computer research. We have a nice full hand. Maybe if we can just get out of here, we'll know not to do... No, I don't know. Jonathan thinks it's the decryption machine to solve the mission. So should we just rush that? Is that what we should do? One of these guys is going to turn into an altered after the enemy goes. So I think maybe we'd be better off repairing this computer, using it. And then running away. All right, to repair this computer, we need 5 assault. We can spend one of these for 2 assault. Not an assault, though. It's better if we... I'm not sure if I want to spend this on hand size. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's just do it. There's 5 to repair the computer. And now I'm going to use the decryption machine again. 1 step before its final step, 121. I do think these people may come and invade our planet, but at this point, good riddance. John says, I would focus on rushing to try and finish the research, not the decryption. Do you want to do research first, Jonathan? It's 1 green. I still have to spend. I'm going to go ahead and spend this. Let's do the 300 and then you can choose. So we could decrypt. We have got 2 more steps to decrypt, or we could do some research first. And that spends a power to do this. I mean, the truth is that we have enough using our items and stuff that we could do more research first. I'm kind of tempted to do, like, because the computer doesn't break, I think we should do a little bit of research too. Do we want an ether? Do we want a fire starter? Throwback fire starter. I'm gonna do Project Firestarter, and then I'll decrypt. Domain Matrix Energy 0-point energy project objectives: to transform matter into energy and to introduce new principles of physics into existing reality to a meaningful extent. Additionally, study the influence of the pineal gland on gravitational waves. The project focuses on one of the side effects defined during research. Gain card G, the Sea of Fire. Okay, look what we've just gotten. Gain 6 plus red cards. Your current assault action affects all entities on one chosen tile in range 4. Each dreamer on this tile suffers 2 distress. Oh my god. You hurt yourself a lot too. Okay, but we gain this card. I'm going to put this in my hand. I'm not sure if it's supposed to go in my hand, but I'm going to consider it does. Okay, so that's that. I don't think we're going to be doing that. But I can use this computer now again for 1 and 1. I'm going to spend 1 energy, 1 power, and overspend on the green. And now we do 300 again. And then let's decrypt. So I'm going to move this down 1 space. Now we're in... Did we never do 428? 408? Oh, we did, yeah. Okay, so we're doing a new decryption. Here we go, Jonathan. 121. Strange voice. Warm light. We're losing communication with you. We're running out of energy needed to keep in touch. Can you hear us? Repeat. Can you see us? Are you here with us? Give us any sign of life. The computer cannot stand the strong signal, and with a dry click, turns off. A black dead screen is the only thing left. The computer is damaged. All right, now the computer is damaged. However, we have a decision to make. We could repair it right now with 5. How would we do that? We would shoot the shotgun for 1 charge. We would generate 2 plus 2, and then we'd have to spend a gem. That would repair the computer. And then we would have to spend a gem or one of our things to use it. Alternatively, we could say we're not going to repair this anymore. Instead, we're going to walk over to this one, which is 3. We won't be able to power this up. Wow, 6. We're not going to be able to get... That's too expensive for us, I think. Like at this point, because the generators are going to start going out, We might have enough to do it once on the next turn. We would be far enough away from them, though. So maybe our thing to do would be... I guess what I'm saying is we could repair this computer now and trigger this now. It would cost us, since we have no cards, no good green or whatever. Alternatively, we could run over here and bring one of these people to us here to make this a little bit cheaper. The problem really is that once the generators start going down, we're not going to be able to use this computer much anymore because we're going to run out of power. So we can choose what equipment they're going to damage. Damage. They're gonna damage that door. I think we'll just fix the computer and use it, which is what Jonathan says. All right, it's gonna cost us a lot, but I think that's the thing to do. It's a shame because we could almost kill these people. All right, so 1 plus the yellow. We've only got 1 yellow, so these would do 4 total. And then this turns it into 6. So if I spend both of the shotguns, both shotgun shells, and this, we've generated enough to repair the computer. And then we need to spend 1 power because these guys are still human. And 1 green, which we don't have. We could use a gem, but I'm going to instead... Yeah, I guess I'm going to use a gem. Although this is not that useful, this thing, unless it turns dark. All right, I will use our flashlight. I'd like to hold on to the flashlight. All right, I'll use the gem instead. All right, we're using the computer. Here we go. Our last computer thing on our list. I doubt this is going to end well, but warm light, warm life. We need life, need your life. Repeat, hunger and pain. Where exactly are you now? Here, all the time here. Are you alive? Not alive, not dead, eternal. The remnants of unnatural life disappear. All movement ceases. The signal is gone. There is only silence. See the epilogue. The laboratory is destroyed. All unnatural movement stops. The terrible substitute for life which had remained reanimated them leaves the body of these unfortunate people. We sit among the ruins. Few pieces of equipment still work. Smoke rises up to the ceiling. Everything is spotted with water. Printouts of projects and complicated analyses lie on the floor. Whole planet is dead on the other side. Virus is spreading. Shared reality cannot exist. And more hopeless headlines. All leads and maps guided us here to this laboratory. For what purpose? There's a silver device on the floor, now detached from one of the machines. We pick it up. Gain card K. The second silver key. Are you freaking kidding me? Each dreamer gains an ether and cures 3 and unseals 3. Then we gain an ether. 241 P goes, I mean, this was a crazy mission. We could have survived a little bit more, but we got out of it without too much damage. I mean, what the hell just happened, Jonathan? Honestly, what just happened? 6 cards, 241p go to the influence market. Some cool new cards. But what on earth has just happened? The season of regeneration we're in. And we got our shopping cards back. 241C. I really don't understand what's happened here. Was it good? I don't understand what's happened. Is this what we're supposed to have done? Did we do good? What? What on earth? What on earth has happened? Okay. All the influence cards of this dream that you did not gain go... There's a whole wisdom we didn't get. I think if we had done research on something, we would have gotten some very cool stuff. Okay, all influence we did not gain go into the influence market. Otherwise, these get lost, so we don't get these cards. This wisdom is about restarting a slumber. We don't get this crazy thing. We don't get. Unfortunately, we'll have to look at all these when we're all done with this game. The season of regeneration. Okay, let's see what this season is all about. Where are the season cards? I want to see what season of regeneration is. Is it good? Is it bad? Season of regeneration. Did you see this? Each dreamer may resolve all options. You activate this card when you win any dream in Horizon. Oh my gosh. During this peaceful time, nightmares are almost benign. We already have optimization, but we get to keep it. I mean, what happened, yeah, what happened was some craziness. We talked to some alien space creatures, and I don't know if they're coming to kill us or what, but we exited the dream. Wow, that's crazy. That was just a crazy mission. It's a little sad though, because we don't really need full regeneration now. We only have 2 distress. We do have a lot of sealed cards that I'd like to restore though. But we have a full clock. So we don't really need the season of regeneration. But maybe if we have more slumbers, we will. We never got to see what was in Zone A2. It's like some sort of time warp thing. We never went in the vents. We never used the freezer or the woman. What a crazy, crazy mission. What a crazy dream. And look at this. This was unexpected. You may read 1200. Let's read 1200. Remember, we need 2 silver keys to get into the epilogue. We've just found one of them. We did not get the time machine. Synthetic Archives, GAP 3077, 01 20th century. The atoms are elementary particles. Themselves are not real. They form a world of potentialities and possibilities rather than one of things and facts. Werner Heisenberg. In the time when we believe that the brain was born of matter and that it created consciousnesses and not the other way around, we always divide reality into 2 parts, matter and consciousness. This strange connection was the source of endless paradoxes and impossible to explain. Our entire civilization and technology focused on a single life, but only until the moment of death, trying to cut everything that went beyond the material view of the world. The world was somewhat dead at that time. Even when the precursors of a different understanding rediscovered a knowledge forgotten for over 100 years, civilization was still inertly rolling its old ruts of faith in material foundations. We already knew about the Matrix and of the unimaginable scale of the universe we were in, but it was just too hard to believe, being so used to seeing the world around us in an old, naive way. Oh, despite the fact that the more we looked inside the matter particle, the more we found that there was nothing there at all. Despite the fact that we began to see the illusion of time and already had proof of the independence of consciousness from matter and the brain, and that in some subtle and yet uncontrolled way, consciousness affected what we called matter or just energy. It took a global disaster for the world to wake up, but the effects of the awakening were not as good as one would have expected. It is better never to wake up from some dreams. As a man who has devoted his life to the most clear-headed science, to the study of matter, I can tell you this much as the result of my research on the atoms. There is no matter as such. All matter originates and exists only by virtue of a force which brings the particles of an atom to vibration and holds this most minute solar system of the atom together. We must assume behind this force the existence of a conscious and intelligent mind. This mind is the matrix of all matter. Max Planck. Well, that was crazy. Yeah, but we've got a silver key now. And we have completed this dream and once again blown up the place. That seems to be our play style. We just blow it up. How many silver keys do you need before the epilogue? 6. 6 silver keys. I just don't understand what we did with that communication. Like, why did that give us a silver key? We let the aliens come and they're going to take over the world? Confusing. All right, but it must have gone well enough that we got the season of regeneration. I guess maybe if we had gone through the vent, Jonathan, we would have ended up in A2. That's what I'm thinking. That's too bad. It would have been cool to discover that. Maybe we should have. Maybe when you got a choice to go through some vents, you should. We never even looked at the antenna either. We just ran the decryption machine at all costs. Well, still, I guess that's cause for celebration. We might have let the aliens into our world to destroy us. Hooray. Yeah, we didn't want to do anything that could have let the monsters out. We thought, I was sure that you were right, Jonathan, that the monsters weren't going to come out till we ran out of time. Weird. Very weird. Well, one more dream completed. And those monsters were threatening to kill us, but they never got a chance. We just rushed that decryption machine and brought about the end of the world. So now we're back on the world map, and we're in the season of regeneration, which is amazing. And we're not that far away from triggering Delta phase. What entities slumber did we get? We didn't get any. Altered. Yeah, altered is what we got, but they're not coming into the they are not coming into the slumber situation. Nothing new got added to the slumber. This was our ending. Nothing added to our slumber. Nothing added to our slumber. Oh, I see. I skipped that completely. 236F. All right. It's a good thing you're saving me from making all these mistakes. Okay, 236F doesn't exist. Oh, maybe that was... Hmm. 236F. I don't see 236F. It's a map. Do we already have it in there? Because I don't see it. in the cards. $236F, so no creature, but you think a new map tile came out, but it's not in 236A. 236F we already have, so we already had it. And no new monster, already added it. Seems like it. All right. Well, that was weird. That was weird. That was a weird dream. At least most of it was not battle related. It was weird though because it seemed like it was giving us too much power. And we are going to remember that we are here on session 9 on the Dream World map. Well, it's a weird one. Any thoughts, Jonathan? I don't know what to think about this one. I'm curious, what about how different players played that mission differently? Zombies were going to start breaking things, it's true. But the only thing that brought them out was when you already had the decryption machine down pretty low, so I still think I messed up by not doing it on this other tile. It was cute. There were some cool elements. I'm sad that we didn't get to explore more of this area. We did get some cool progress cards out, including long arms. It's kind of sad that we didn't do the other research. We missed a couple of research. I guess we did about half of the research we could have done. I'm curious to hear how genetics did on this scenario, like what you did, how you did differently. We still had time. I don't like that though, that this triggered halfway through, and like once it triggered, we were in a race. We didn't find any of these mysteries in this mission. We're looking for them, but we didn't see any. But imagine, Jonathan, if we hadn't triggered this middle one, we could have taken our time and explored the whole place. We could have done all of the research. We could have gone to all the places. We could have gone to Zone A2. We could have discovered everything if we just hadn't triggered this. That's the part I don't like. Like, could we have had another couple hours of relaxed exploring if we hadn't triggered this? But there was no clue that was going to trigger anything. All right. Any final thoughts? Could we have shackled the volunteer? Yeah, I wonder. Or could we have found a cure for the altered? On the other hand, I mean, we got the silver key. We got the season of regeneration, so how much better could we have done? Not that much more better. It seems like they don't expect you to find everything in any of the dreams. Yes, I think you're right. We have to just sort of roll with it. This was a very different dream, though, which I really enjoyed. And I enjoyed it before these creatures came out. And then all of a sudden, 4 of them came out. The woman turned into a creature. You knew she was going to turn into a creature, I guess. I wouldn't have minded just a little bit more relaxing at the end there. And I wouldn't have minded not knowing a little bit more about who we were sending our message to. Who are you? Need your life, it says. Hunger and pain. Where are you now? Here, all the time here. Are you alive, not dead, eternal? I mean, what happened? Everything got destroyed. Whole planet is dead on the other side. Virus is spreading. And it's like victory. Huh? Whole planet is dead. Virus is spreading. And then it says victory. Weird. Weird. Yes, we did gain a bunch more interesting cards. We could have researched some cards too, but we didn't have time. All right. Well, thank you for joining me, Jonathan, Genetics, anyone else who's been hanging out with us for the last 5 hours. Only thing to do is keep going deeper.